Okay, we'll get this up and running. I'm gonna have to go BRB in a second or two because uh, I have something coming. Oh, okay. Sorry. One line. Good morning. Oh, every single message in the world is now arriving at the same time as start stream. I don't know. I just ordered something from a different company, and I don't know whether they need me to go to the door, so or they drop it off. So we'll find out. Helps if cameras work. Okay, we'll see if they could drop off or whatever. So yesterday, I did some extra work off stream on trying to organize the pieces for notification. Oh, I'll be right back. You ever have one of those days that just things just seem to just not go the way you want them to go? The timing of everything just went all awry there. I was like, oh, I've got another half an hour before anything arrives, so I'll start my stream up. And then everything arrives, and then people start moving in the house, and I apologize. I apologize for a sloppy start to the stream. However, that is life sometimes, right? So it is what it is. I don't know how useful these are. I don't know if people actually do pay attention to them, but it is always worth trying to see if people are using the notifications. Okay. Okay, so yes, yesterday evening I did a little bit more work on getting the notification stuff lined up. So basically what I did is I laid out a new command that will be sent. These commands sit inside of the foundation library, just like the integration events from Kafka. But yeah, notify user of change. And I started to put them in place as far as actually sending the notification. What I'm thinking here is that a notification should indicate which event triggered it, because that allows us to understand the reason it was triggered. The actual and it will also allow us to align with what the change is, the actual change event. The subscription identifier is our actual subscription, which will be recorded on the other side with the preferences for notification. The tenant identifier, the source user identifier, and when it occurred, so that we keep track of that through the line. I did some extra pieces around trying to get the values to cast, although I'm now thinking that essentially these will be strings. Anyway, so we're gonna have to see about this. We're gonna get this working as is, but I think because of the way this is going to work, I'm going to be comparing string to string all the time. It's going to be I'm never going to have to worry about types here because I'm going to compare a straight value. So yeah, that's that. What else? So yeah, I'm writing unit tests around this now. There's no way I'm letting this pass without unit tests, because the only way of testing this is to go through some convoluted actual behavior on the application and trigger these things to happen. And I think that's a little bit too much at this point in terms of that. Also, I didn't introduce the ability to just subscribe to change every change on the entity at this point, which I need to introduce if I'm going to make this work properly. So I do need to track that. So when I wrote this, I was also contemplating the fact that I had the ability to subscribe to an entity already there, and I wasn't thinking about the fact that I'd removed the ability to do that from the UI, even if I hadn't removed the ability to do it from the backend. But to effectively test this, I need to say, okay, well, you can subscribe to a planning item, all changes, or you can subscribe to individual things. So we've got to figure out what that looks like and how that works. And the title of today's stream on Twitch, on YouTube, I always use different titles, right, at this point. But the title of today's stream on Twitch is actually something I was thinking about yesterday, and then Apex pinged me a message earlier on showing me some how Atlassian are doing some stuff in Jira, and this this always weighs on my mind, right? You know, Liquid Sky is not going to progress quickly. There's no way I'm going to compete with a larger company. I can't keep up with the pace of development. Things are difficult, right? I only have my spare time, and that's not enough to make significant progress and strides in development. A solo dev building this, I am very, very much one-tracked, and if I don't, if I want to tackle multiple things, if I want to jump all over the place, I can do, but the quality of the code is going to suffer. So it definitely is always weighing on my mind whether you should just give up because the project is already done. And I come back to the fact that no matter what I do here, I will have experience of building an application, implementing large scalable components. I will have learned more about the technologies. I will use the tools more effectively. I will demonstrate using the tools more effectively. So no, it's not a waste of time. It's not worth giving up on. Even if a year from now, this is nowhere near what what I envisioned, and it's nowhere near where it should be if it was going to be a product, then yeah, well, I'll be disappointed. Yeah, I'd love to release this and have people use this. It would be great. That would be the most rewarding thing possible. But I'm not going to give up on it just because it has been done, just because someone else is doing it faster. I'm always going to be behind the curve, right? Well, it is a solo dev project. So today's title is more of a prompt to think about why you're doing something, and not just because, yeah, I want to make this a product. I would love to. I think it can do some things that other tools can't, and I think it introduces concepts that are fresh, and have the potential for helping developers and product teams alike deliver good software. But if you get demoralized because there is an already existing market out there, don't forget this happens all the time with products, right? A large product sits on top because they are the large product and they are the one that everyone knows. And do they do things well? Yes, but as maybe he's pointed out yesterday, right? It's not just about the tool; it's about the process, the people around it. So if I find a market of people that are like-minded in this way, and they feel that this helps them achieve their goals while still maintaining their process that they have now, this product would get picked up. Jira owns 25% of the market for this sort of tooling, the productivity planning tooling stuff, right? The next biggest is Microsoft at 10%, and then everyone else, Linear, I was going to say Azure, but Linear and other products have 1 to 2% of that market share that make up the rest of the share. So it's not like it's a market that doesn't have the room for a different idea in it. It is worth understanding what you're trying to do. And again, my goals, I constantly adjust my goals. I do it on my racing games. I was explaining this the other day. So when I start off, obviously my goal is first place. But if I'm not quick enough, if I'm not talented enough to race against the people I'm racing with, I'm going to fall back down the grid. So as I fall back down the grid, my goal is get the next car. What the heck happened to my phone then? So yeah, I adjust my goals. I set my goals to achieve something in front of me rather than something far away from me, so that I can continually make progress against that. So as I fall down that grid, I look at the car in front and I say, well, that's now 3 seconds ahead of me. I want to make it 2 seconds by the end of this lap, or by the end of the race, I want to be on the back of that car. That's my goal. That's my stretch, right? That is an achievement, and I think that's a very important thing to do as you're building a project, is to constantly adjust your achievements so that you are feeling the progress you're making. Because when you're lost in the weeds of developing an application, it can feel like there's no end. But I think that's important. So let's get on with this. So what I've been doing is I've been writing some unit tests to validate, what happens or what should happen. The unit tests are valuable because it allows me to test this behavior without worrying about the actual code, the actual data coming from the clients. So in this one, when no subscriptions exist, when no subscriptions for entity, then I don't receive a notification, right? So I shouldn't receive any form of notification if there's no subscription, because there's nothing to do with it. But just validating that we don't accidentally try and send a message with values that are empty. When a subscription exists and there's no parameters, i.e. there's just a subscription to the entity, we do send a message. When a subscription exists and parameters do not match, we don't send a message, right? So there is a subscription to the entity, but its parameters don't match against what the changes are. So in this case, I actually don't deliver any changes, I deliver a property. I probably should, for the sake of name equals why don't you like that? Because I do it that way. So it might let me get away with that one afterwards. No? Can't do that? That'd be good if I could just do that. Yes. Oh, it prefers that. Okay. So there is a change. The change doesn't match this subscription parameter. I shouldn't see an event published or a message or a command, sorry, sent. So send async notify. So again, this is a command. There's only expected to be one receiver of this thing. I'm not publishing an event saying, oh, by the way, this changed. I'm saying, hey, you need to go do something about this. Now, again, the notifications piece does not know or care about what it is that's going to pick up that command, right? They just deal with it. And I hope I thanked you before, one line, for 16 months. I do appreciate the subscription. Just dawned on me, I was like, because of the timing of things. I hope I said thank you. So anyway, let's get when subscription exists and parameter matches change. So the way I'm going to do this right this second is I am going to set this up to be basically if a field you have marked matches, um, if you have a field that matches, you will get the notification. So even if you have the 3 changes happen and you have one of the parameters, you will get a notification. If you have 3 parameters and 1 changes, then you'll get the notification. So I'm not going to worry about the and or at this point. I think the and is probably a very unusable case in the current version. So as we expand objects, as we expand the number of fields that are there, I think that becomes a more realistic thing. But I'm not going to panic about that right second. It's a modification later to include an operator. So notification, let me just consistently, notification is sent. Okay. That's what I want to end up with. So actually, sadly, I'm going to overwrite that right away because I'm going to copy and paste this in. Do I like copying and pasting? No. However, it's a more practical way of doing this right this second. I was considering tinkering with AI. I was considering asking it to write the unit test for me. But I feel that that's a thing best done at another point in time. So this is going to look more like this. And we want that to match, that to match, right? Again, we have before and after here, but we don't have any values on this subscription, so this isn't going to matter. The testing here is going to be a little bit weird. It worked straight away. I'm going to rename these tests. I'm going to use foldering to organize the test names so that when parameter matches change, when parameters do not match, when no parameters are specified. Okay, so just trying to put some organization in there and stop these being ridiculously long. So concerning a process planning item change when a subscription exists. So there is only a negative, there is only one case for when no subscription exists, so that's fine. When a subscription exists, when no parameters are specified, when parameter is property and matches, when parameters do not match. So the idea here is, so this works. We're going to copy this again, and we're going to say when parameter specifies from and matches. Okay, so the goal here is refactor this. That's fine. So the goal here is very much we're going to create a property and we're going to specify from equals Um, Apex, good morning. How are you doing? Your link this morning inspired the stream title, based upon some stuff I was thinking about yesterday. I'm not bad. I'm not bad. I'm making progress with these changes. I think they're going to be okay. I think that everything's going to be a string right this second, so I'm a bit concerned over my comparison being unnecessary, but I think it's going to be okay. So this is before, right? So this should trigger. Actually, when parameter specifies from and matches. Apex, thank you for 18 months. We subscribed to each other for the exact same amount of time. That's thank you. I appreciate it. It's most awesome. No. So I was saying that it doesn't matter if other tools do different things. The thing is, I've got to adjust what is success for me, and no matter what, if I look at what Liquid Sky is, no matter what, I have built this. I really do hope to work with other people in the near future, but I've helped. So I've had help in building this piece, and I've communicated the patterns, and things have worked, and we've got the subscriptions working, and I hope for this to expand. So yeah, because I was saying when I play Gran Turismo, I start out, I want to finish number one, but the reality is other drivers are faster, other people are technically more competent. Loki, you're not having the apple? No. Hello. So as I fall down the grid, I just adjust what is success for me. So success might be making up a gap. Loki, you're not having my breakfast. No, buddy. I'm not eating it right this second because I'm streaming. Thank you for the looking point, guy. So yeah, it's just constantly adjusting success and setting your barrier close enough that you can achieve something and feel that sense of achievement. So yeah, so that's what I'm doing. And yeah, you shouldn't give up. So if I run this now, the likelihood is it's going to work. But I want to validate and does not match. I want to validate this first. I want to take this one and replace that. Thing I was thinking about with your project was, if it was MCP first, would it become a better tool than like Jira? That's a wild pivot on what you've done. I don't know if I have the technical skill required to even pivot in that direction at this point, or understanding enough to quite fathom what it would look like. For many months, one of the things I've considered is, how do I integrate AI into this? So again, the goal is to get them to write good requirements. So can I say, okay, well, at initiative level, describe the initiative, and now would you like to generate, like, basically create a rule, an instruction set off of an initiative, and then be able to say, okay, I'd like to create a planning item. I want to achieve this, and have the LLM say, here's how we'd break it up. Here's a planning item. Like, we'd recommend 3 planning items, and here's the requirements for those planning items, and work through it with that. And I did experiments months ago on this. Definitely could, and then you'd make the person into a reviewer of the tickets before even submitting it to the developer or whoever's right. So the goal would be, look, you can get requirements very quickly and define what you want and tune your vision, but then also remember the context of everything else within the planning items, so that if you go and try and create another planning item, it says, well, hold on, you've already done this in this piece, or this is already tackled in this item. So try and make them more aware of what's in the system as a whole. So I have thought about doing that. But again, I don't know if I have the technical talent necessary at this point. I have the technical talent. I do not have the understanding or the ability with those tools at this point to really quite wrap my head around how I achieve that. I did an experiment months ago, created an LLM and started asking it. But it's like building the context and building the vector DBs and stuff, and then being able to pull those things in using the MCP server to, and be able to say, okay, create all this information. But yeah, you could, within the context of a note, if you were asking a question within the context of an initiative, you could pull those things in from into the context, right? So like, oh, I'm working in this initiative, there's a rule set, there's previous discussions that we've had on this thing, and try and pull that in. But basically, I had a conversation to see what would happen, and this was using a locally built instance. And I'd given it instructions on how it should do things and what it should do. And if they go too technical, I don't know if I got it there. I basically said if they start talking about technologies and how to use them, it would basically guide that this isn't the purpose of a requirement. This is a purpose of the developer to figure this out. The technical requirements are beyond the purpose of requirement gathering, right? Yeah. It was funny because it was trying to tell me to use other tools to do it. Because I was actually asking it to tell me how to build the software I was building. So, but yeah. But it helped me with building requirements and things like that. So it was quite useful. But this was months ago now. And, the whole MCP server thing has kicked off since. Right. Yes. And also, I've got to consider what it is to run this thing as well. So if I'm building this as a product, like a company like Jira can host their own models, right? Or even if they don't, they can say we've got enough throughput to license it at a very a decent cost. I have to consider infrastructure and the cost of doing that, and isolating the LLM as well, making sure that the LLM only understands the context of this tenant and not every other tenant. You do not want requirements bleeding through. So isolating that data, building that out is it gets costly. Not just in terms of financial cost, but yeah. Yeah, I wouldn't expect you to host your own models, but yeah, it would potentially be costly for using. Yes, because I would have to have isolation. That's what I'm saying. Like, how do you? There's a lot of technical hurdles that I would have to overcome, and there's a lot of features in Liquid Sky still that I need to focus on, like this notifications piece. It's a big thing. It's a big piece of what I want to achieve. This is one of my big goals. If I can say, oh, I care about this and I care about that, and I want to be notified by an email, or I want to be notified weekly of an email or whatever, I can schedule those things out, then um, that's a major milestone in the functionality of Liquid Sky. Um, uh, in achieving, what it is I'm going for. So to divert and go to anything of that uh, effort would be a massive turnaround. So, but I have considered it. But again, just because Atlassian do it doesn't mean it'll be successful, right? As maybe pointed out yesterday, that's why I was in a bit of a funk anyway, thinking about why am I doing this? Because maybe you were saying, well, Jira does this, Jira does that. It's just the people using Jira that's the problem, right? So, but I do have to constantly ask myself this stuff, right? I have to constantly say, am I really doing anything new? Am I doing anything useful? And it doesn't matter. I would like to say 100% I've figured out the marketing. But the reality is, even if I come out of this and I just shut it down and call it a day on it, I've built something that is quite a large scale. It is complicated. It is realistic. It does demonstrate what I can do. So I always come out of it ahead. Yeah. Notifications make sense. My thought is that a lot of people want these AI features, and they do make sense for like ticket generation. Yes. Yeah, they do. And that's why, again, we kind of experimented with it months ago, and it was up and running. So yeah. Yeah, and I agree. The LLMs can be very helpful. I do see the benefits. I'm not completely disparaging of that. You and One Line are pretty much the people who I point to as kind of my examples of people who are successfully using these tools and feeling that. Surly, good morning. How are you doing? In answer to your stream title, define done. Well, if I'm building an app like this, well, Jira's done this, right? Other tools have done this, Asana, Trello, even to some extent. They've done it. Should I give up? Is the question I ask all the time. Yeah. And Fuel Samuel, hello. LLMs are good to come out with data code. Sometimes you manage to save a few bytes for me. Nice. Zons, hello. Good morning. Okay, so does this run? Expected to receive no calls. Matching. Something to receive one. No, you haven't derailed. This is perfectly on brand for the stream, right? This is exactly why I do this. And the title is deliberately that way today. I'm learning my art of titling streams. Okay, YouTube just not. Okay. But it's a question, if you're building something and you want to build it, should you be disparaged by the fact that it exists already, or that something of that ilk exists already? I went into this knowing Jira existed, right? I went into this knowing other products exist. I've done more research on what is out there. Yeah. Yeah. Um, and Apex, like I said, Apex and OneLion are the two people ads. The two people I know um, that are using the tools uh, in better ways. You've been experimenting with the titles of streams, yes, to understand what is it about the stream title that gets people. Does not match. So actually, it helps if I change it, right? Was Smith. Does it pass now? This is all going to work very nicely because of strings. I'm lacking an understanding in my own data, so we'll get to that afterwards. So in the and matches, I think we just confirmed that. What? Why did you rename that one? No, rename class to match. So this one is going to be more of this. So is it a question you've actually been wrestling with, or just experiment? Yeah, or no, it's genuinely a question I've been wrestling with. I use the stream title now to just see if I can trigger the conversation more. I always struggle with this. Should you give up on a project because it's already been done? No, no. If I put that in my title, I'm stopping streaming. I don't like that term. It. um. In answer to your stream title, define done. Yeah. Well, yeah. I assume you're trying to make the point of like what is it did. It did. I read it out. I did read it out. I just didn't know how to answer the answer, I suppose. You work on something, and it is you find out it's already been done. Say maybe you don't know beforehand. You're building something and you find out it's been done. Should you give up? Right. I'm a big fan of reinventing wheels. I think you should. Not necessarily for business stuff. Like that's if there's a product that exists that solves a problem and you know about it, and it saves you a significant amount of time. I think you should be open to using that. And yes, I'm hearing myself regarding my conversations about AI and LLMs and whatnot over the years. Something has already been done before. Heck no, competition breeds innovation. Your value add, the market leader doesn't challenge them. Yeah, and like I said, so um, um, uh, yeah, reinventing wheels. If someone, my brain's all over the place because I'm trying to read and also adjust. I'm just going to look down for a second while I can get my thoughts in order. I was talking to a former colleague last night, and back when we wrote a system 10 years ago, I didn't know about the mediator pattern. I wrote a mediator in essence, it was Mediator. I did not know at that point Mediator existed. That library is still in use today and actually performs amazingly, right? It does exactly what it needs to do. It's still working. It's been modernized. It's been upgraded through .NET versions. It's still working. I did not know about Mediator at that time. When I started streaming, I found out about Mediator library, and I was like, I didn't invent this, right? It just felt natural. Had I known about Mediator before going into that, I would have used Mediator because it took a lot of programming away. That, I wasn't, I didn't need to do. But that being said, should I give up on Liquid Sky because other things exist? No. I started Liquid Sky with a goal, and that goal was to do something that I felt that other tools weren't doing. Even if now, after 2 years of development, they are doing it, it doesn't matter. At this point, I have demonstrated an ability to build an application on stream, right? I have demonstrated, I have grown, I have learned, I have got something from this, no matter what happens next, right? But it is important to make sure that, as you know, if someone building a project, if you find out it's been done, it doesn't mean, like Surly says, it doesn't mean that it can't be done better. It doesn't mean that it can't be done differently. It doesn't mean that someone else won't align to your way of thinking. And yeah, if you look up the stats on the market shares for this world, right? Jira owns 25%. Everyone else has the rest, right? There's a lot of different companies. There will be people who, out of principle, will not use the companies that produce a similar product to Liquid Sky. I will never give Sky Broadband a talk because reasons. Yeah. Yeah. So I think it's generally the stream title is because obviously I think about it all the time when I have conversations with people who come into the stream. It's useful to constantly ask myself, should I give up on this? What does it look like to give up on this? I cannot find it, but there was an MCP for tickets as Markdown and task management through Markdown. Yeah. So architecturally, like, again, I don't have the technical knowledge at this point to understand how that fits in. Architecturally, if I'm going to use MCP servers and whatnot, I've got to figure out what that means, right? So, yeah, I appreciate that, Apex. Yeah, I appreciate the support there. Right? How does it fit in? So I need to understand those technologies before I go taking a look. I will be doing that. I will be looking at that because it would be insanity not to at least address how AI can fit into a system like this. I think it would be very short-sighted. Yeah. Well, the problem is right? Tasks planning. It might be that a separate system has to come together to combine to give it enough data and context of the system as a whole. That's the big challenge. It's how does it, as it stands, all of these stand alone. They are not joined, and I do not want to join them. There is no way I am joining these things together to serve another purpose. So I would have to take the data from these, combine them into a new system that would allow me a new module to allow me to put an API around that and produce that. So that's why I'm saying it. Yeah. So architecturally, I don't understand the tooling enough to understand how it fits. Yeah. It's on Sunshine, but you could do a content generator without extra data. What a sheep. Thank you for the raid. Welcome in. How was your stream? What makes you unique question is often a bad one, TBD. Think about it as it's not the way consumers shop. If you're setting up a new project in your CTO, you will try the different products, sure, for some features, but mostly how easy is it to use, how well does it fit the company culture, workflows. Those emotional decisions are the ones that people buy software based on, not merely a laundry list of features, differences. True. Yeah, that's a good point, Zons. Let your human provide the context. Gotcha. Oh, I've been working on my deck builder for a bit, trying to get a new demo build out. Nice. Nice. So keep a shout. Have I seen you before? Nice. Follow. What am I working on? So I am working on Project Liquid Sky. Project Liquid Sky is a project management and planning application that I've been building for quite a while now. It is a tool built for I'm going to try and avoid the other product name. But basically, I have an opinion on how product management and development should work together, right? So it is a tool that allows product management to go off and define, and this is actually the product as it stands. I'm actually using it to plan it. So the idea is that a product management team can come up with initiatives. They can define what it is that they are looking to do. They can create planning items, and planning items have a goal, and then they can lay out requirements for those planning items. So here's how we achieve this goal, right? Here's the requirements for this. Developers can then take those things and add tasks against them. Or developers or QA or DevOps, whoever's necessary, whatever's necessary to achieve this requirement would be listed over here. The intention being that a product team can see exactly what work's involved in achieving this requirement and what's still outstanding. From the development perspective, developers can see tasks. They can go and look at and estimate the effort on a task. They can lay the tasks out in a technical manner because it is totally independent of the actual requirement. It links back to the requirement, hopefully. I am having an issue with this not loading the requirements, apparently. But the idea would be that they can see the why of what they're doing. And then they can go into your traditional, right now, essentially a Kanban board, but they can see this. So right now I am working on a piece that should get moved over. Use parameters to further represent. Yes, here we go. So I'm working on this piece. So they're able to track that. Some dashboards to show, progress. We're up 250% from last month because last month was more about failing to deploy than it was about writing code. And apparently negative 66% down on items created in the planning dashboard this month. So yeah. This is my take, and we were just discussing as you joined, just because something's been done, should you give up on your idea, right? We might need to refine that a little bit. A bit of rounding might help. We're just discussing the whole concept of projects that, they might be done, but should you give up? What are you setting your goals? What is an achievement? And I was saying that, achievement for me is when I finish with this, whether I finish this and it's become a product and people are using it in the wild, or whether I step away and I'm just done. The reality is I've achieved an architecture that I'm proud of. I have achieved the things that I set out to do. I've learned a lot along the way. This uses an awful lot of technologies. And I'm not totally naive. I have been doing this for a few years. So it's not a position of naivety that brings me to such a convoluted system. It's an exploration of concepts and opinions. Um, so it's funny. I was talking to the colleague that I was mentioning before. When I left, we were kind of putting into place some stuff with Kafka, and they have a similar need to do something with changes. And he was describing what they ended up on as a change thing. And we never aligned, we never talked on this piece, but we ended up with something that actually looks almost identical in here. And he's saying that his colleagues are saying, oh, it's way too complicated. And I'm like, it wouldn't have been any different if I was there, but it's kind of rewarding to know that someone else has taken what we learned through that and arrived on a similar solution. So that was fun to hear. Hi, first time here. I'd like to know if the project is private. Did not see it from the GitHub links you shared. This project is private, yes. Mainly because it is something I want to build. There are libraries that are associated with it that are not private, and I'm happy to talk about this. I'm happy to share ideas and code snippets, and if you ever want to know more, you're more than welcome to join the Discord and check it out, and welcome in, UN Docs. I'm currently reading Tiny Experiments, and basically the point of the book is to not focus on goals but more on the moment. So as long as you enjoy working on it, I wouldn't give up on it. Nice. That's a good way of putting it. Yeah. Commercial reasons, then that's a totally different thing. Yeah, I'm not trying to push this out to market in a quick way. I left that decision behind long ago. So I'm not letting that drive it, because I've seen what happens when companies let the customer drive the product, and I feel that is a mistake. So I want to deliver what I believe is my vision, and then be willing to stand up and say, no, that doesn't fit within the vision later on. So that's where I want to be. So if it becomes commercial, or when it becomes commercial, I need to stop saying if. I need to believe that it can be, and I won't do that if I keep saying if. It would be nice to know. Yeah. Well, you're not the customers technically. The customers I care more about are the people that give you what you need to do your jobs. So I care more about these people doing what they should be doing, delivering the ability for you to do this. So you are not actually the customers. You're the beneficiaries of the product, right? Doing what it should do. But yeah, if you do have questions, if you want to know more about the technologies, please ask. The stream is not about me necessarily doing the code. The stream is about being able to talk about this stuff, to learn and grow and see other people's opinions on software development. There's a lot of moving parts in here. So again, the reason I don't open source it, and if ever I decide to walk away because of other things, then I would absolutely open source it. But I have, in this project right now, we have just in database technology, we have SQL Server and MongoDB and Redis. There is Angular. There is Next.js. Communications over the API gateway, obviously. We're using GraphQL here. There's Kafka. There is MassTransit with RabbitMQ for ServiceBus. I'm using Akka inside of these pieces, right? What else? What else technologically? We're about to use SignalR by the end of this next phase of development. We're going to swap out. So right now I'm using GraphQL WebSockets. They're going to get removed, and the communications piece is going to replace that piece. So the GraphQL is only providing the data to the UI and not providing the notification of things changing. Yeah. Did get a notification from Twitch. Oh no. Well, I do post in the Discord when I go live as well. If anyone wants to know about that, I do. Well, assuming I remember. I did remember later today, but I do post there. And welcome back, Dr. Cox. But yeah, I am always happy to talk about this stuff. If you want to know more about the technology and the inner workings, I will definitely share them on stream. And there are also 217, 218 videos going back very early on. You just mentioned SignalR. I'm working on a nice source gen to reduce the boilerplate code for SignalR. Still on a major rewrite to streamline the usage. Nice, nice. Yeah, SignalR will be used for push notifications to the client to tell them of these things. That's the first usage, and then we'll go there. I was an early adopter of SignalR. Nice. It is usable nicely. A couple of projects even at work already use it. Nice. Okay. And yeah, if anyone does want to chat about this more, if you want to have a chat about Liquid Sky off stream, and you know you're comfortable with voice chat, I do jump into Discord routinely. You're more than welcome to always go and hang out there, and I will happily show and answer more specific questions. If you want some help or guidance on technologies, I will always share that as well. So what I'm doing right this second is I'm trying to write some unit tests to validate this piece here. I'm going to leave it as is for now until refinement. But basically this is a, hey, I have a subscription. Hey Jay, how you doing? I have a subscription to this entity, and I have these parameters for what I care about. So in this first phase, I have the ability to subscribe to status, and I want to check to see if the status changed from this to this, or I want to see if the status changed, or I want to see if the status changed to this or from this. You know, those are the options. It's going to be rough for a while. We're going to have quirks, and it's going to be challenging, but I'm trying to build this out. So that's that logic I just mentioned. I believe I don't need to compare. That was the fun part. I think there will always be strings, so we're gonna learn that. So they come in as objects from change, but I believe that because of the way that's working, they're going to essentially always be strings. We'll find out. Because they're coming from Kafka, so that I'm not carrying any type information with them. So we'll see what this brings. So let's just run these. They'll pass. So when no parameters are specified, so I'm just subscribed to the entity, I get a notification. When parameter is property and matches, so when the parameter is just the property and doesn't have a before or after, doesn't matter what these values are, it matches, it gets passed. Right, I get a notification. Maybe. Hello. Welcome in. How you doing? Barry? Hello? Did you get your time stuff working? You're so in trouble now. Barry steals domains. Oh no. Ivanhoe, hello, welcome in. All works incredibly. Nice. Goes well, Stony. Goes well. Thank you. Thank you for the follow, Ivanhoe. So, Big Bug, thank you very much for the follow. This is Project Liquid Sky. This is my project management and planning application. Today I'm working on the ability to track changes to these things. This is the actual deployed version. I don't have the current version up and running, the dev version up and running right this second. But I'm working on the ability to track changes to these things so I can be notified. Oh, is my sunlight there? um, why is Twitch chat not scrolling properly? Now that we know the name, we can snipe the domain. Yes, it's called Project Liquid Sky. Name to be revealed later. the Twitch window, the chat scroll went weird there. So bought the wrong domain. So I will explain on this stream. I do limit words. I do have like the auto mod on curse and stuff. It's not necessarily for you. It's for me. I can become quite naturally sweary. So I limit the thing so I can keep myself being professional. If I'm tired, which I normally am per the time I'm starting the stream, I can get a little bit too sweary. So some of that is to protect me from getting carried away with that. Just said, I bought the wrong domain. I wouldn't ban. So yeah, what I'm building on now is the ability to track the differences in things. So basically, when a change occurs, changes fires off a stream of what changed. Yeah, it was bleep. I actually wish Twitch would give you that option. I wish Twitch would just replace the word and just post it anyway. I don't mind if it's posted. The point will still be made, right? They should just post the word or star it out or something. So a change happens. Change calculates what has changed. Notifications picks that up, and that's where I'm at now. I'm at the point of, hey, do I care about this change, right? So if the from has changed, but I don't care about that, then yeah. And if the from matches what I've specified, then it will trigger. So we need to repeat these things, and these are really copy and paste. Now, some of this is because of the way I write the unit tests. So, like or dislike, my unit test is focused on the scenario, and my actual test is the assert. My arrange and act are separate pieces, which means that I write my unit tests in a kind of funky way. I'm not opposed to doing them in the whole arrange, act, assert inside of the test. In these cases, though, it would take a lot of messing around and changing things up, so it actually works pretty well. But it means I end up with a lot of code for one test, which means this is pretty much the walking example of why people think unit testing takes too long. When parameter specifies 2 and does not match, morning, daughter. So here to Smith after, right, this should still fail. Oh, it should still pass, sorry. It should fail to match and achieve that. Add Jim from 8 to 9. Nice. And then we're going to do when parameter specifies 2 and matches. For me, most of this is actually putting in the structure for validating quirky cases later, right? It's not necessarily, I know that I've written the code already. I know this is unit testing. It's not TDD, it's unit testing after the fact. But it's more that I've got the structure in place for the test to validate quirky scenarios, for the test to validate that things are still working if I break something. So what I'm going to do afterwards is, once I've written these, I'm going to go and break the code and see if that changes the behavior. Only 3 more sessions. I don't like theories. I don't like having the data sat there, and in this case, no, it wouldn't. It would make it. I suppose it could use the theories for them, but I just don't like the theories stuff. It just feels cluttered, and it doesn't feel as obvious. Specify 2 and matches. I'm gonna copy this. Yeah, I just don't like having a bunch of test data. No, this is XUnit. So I suppose, yes, XUnit is the library I'm using for testing here. Depending on what you're doing, if you're doing game stuff, there's different libraries available. But yeah, this is XUnit. Yes, so theories would be here. And what I can do is I can feed in the actual values. I can set up the theory data here, and then it will test that. It will run that test multiple times. So if I pivot this and take the arrange and act out and put it all inside of this test, I can parameterize these variables, the things I'm validating, and I could test all of these in one test file and save on the code. I just don't like theory. It feels messy, and it's not always obvious to read. These are at least being very clear about what they're doing. Yeah, property-based testing. Am I missing any term there? So yeah, this is a style that, so Mr. Anhorn, C. Anhorn, kind of showed me this arrange act as a separate methods thing, and I was like, oh, I like that. I'm going to take that. I've been doing some stuff with Cake Build and just run some custom test code with LinkPad. Yeah, that works. I'll start messing with that stuff because Cockroach doesn't really do it for me anymore. Have you got a link to what property-based testing? I often don't latch onto the terms that describe things, but when I see them, I'm like, oh, okay, I know that one. Or, oh, nice, I can learn something. And I'm always open to learning something. If you have any questions, thoughts, opinions on what I'm doing, I don't care if it's criticism, as long as you're welcome, you're happy for me to say, no, I don't like that, I'm ignoring you. I don't mind. I like to learn, I like to grow, and I don't think you grow by just doing things your own way for the rest of your life, right? So yeah. So if you do want to know more about anything in the project, you're more than welcome to ask. So here we're going to test that the 2 property becomes 2, and that we actually get a test. This should pass because, again, I've run this. I've written the code already, and I'm pretty confident. Oh, it doesn't. Why does it not? More than likely, that's because, yeah, because that won't work, will it? After. But that did inadvertently validate that was working. Property-based testing is about testing the white box properties of code. One such code be that if I add an item to a list, the length is then +1, then the inputs are randomized to give coverage. Gotcha. Hello, Loki. Should we should we eat the thing in a minute? Hello, buddy. Apparently, Claude has been undergoing maintenance for the last 12 hours. Gotcha. Uh, yeah, this testing style that I have is not. Again, this is a sort of thing. This is a personal preference. Um, I like the descriptive nature. If you've noticed anything about the way I write code, is I do like to be descriptive. I try and be as descriptive as I can, mainly because I don't like comments. If I write a comment in my code, it is rare. I don't believe in them. I don't believe they add a lot of value. I believe they oftentimes clutter things up when the code could tell the right story. Not saying never use comments, but use them sparingly. And I was telling Apex last night that I tried to ask Copilot to help me with this stuff yesterday, and it gave me a bunch of code to use, but most of it was commented. I have a hard disagree there. That's fine. Um, in the same camp for comments. I mean, a Copilot rule to stop that kind of comment every freaking line nonsense. Does it? Yeah. Um, well, that nerd actually is comments to tell me you're opposite predicate. Again, I'm not saying don't ever use comments. I'm saying don't jam your code full of comments. I'm saying I don't need a comment describing a piece of code. If the code is telling the right story. Hey, buddy. Okay, we're gonna have some food. So, um, so comments above functions. Um, yeah, I don't know. Uh, I sorry, I'm trying to concentrate on cutting some food up as well. I'm going to take a break in a second and eat some food. Your commented areas, I don't have to read the code in depth if I'm not looking for bugs, issues. But I think it's about code organization as well, and being comfortable. And as I've said, your your code should be understood by you, and you should be comfortable navigating your code. Um, the patterns laid out should tell the right. Again, there's a consistency to the code base. There's these things help me say things like I don't believe in comments, right? In a large code base that does way too much, I feel that comments start to creep in because people can't understand what's going on because it's not very obvious the whys and the hows. I just don't feel that a lot of code needs comments, and I hate when developers write a piece of code like if this value equals this value and the comment above it explains something and it doesn't make any sense in the context of the code. Why not make the code read easier and remove the comment? The developers write code. I'm sure for myself, I read English faster than code. In our case, code coverage is forced and test to be written even when the devs really don't want to, which I see value in. But so in a code base that I'm working with someone else, if I'm working with you in a code base, if I feel I need to comment something, what I do is I come to you and I say, can you explain this in a different way? Is the code, can you, without writing a comment, can we explain this code? Sometimes that happens, right? There is times when there's an algorithm or a method that is just a little bit beyond anything you can write in code without going too crazy. Now, if you end up with a variable name that says, oh, this and this and this and this, there's probably a smell that you probably need to break some code up. So it is possible, but I would say that I would validate a comment with another person so that it's not, because I have the context of what I'm looking at. The other person doesn't have the context. So any comment I add then is not just my context. It's a shared understanding of what that is, and will oftentimes help guide that comment more. I'm going to take a quick break. You guys are having an awesome conversation in comments as well. So I'm going to keep, I'm just going to sit here. I just need to eat some food. So I'll be right back. Okay. Sorry about that. I was able to type between chewing. Um, did that come back at all? Yes. Okay. We're just catching up on Twitch. So, um, I apologize for that. I'd left an omelette sat there since the beginning of the stream that I needed to eat. Don't leave an omelette that long, especially with cheese that's on the bottom of it. It was like eating a brick of cheese. Um, so I'm going to come back to the comments thing in a second. Sedo, welcome in. What are your thoughts on Antigua commercial with V9? Yes, 2-hour-old omelette. Yes, it was delicious. Sorry, I'm not suffering from that. um, it's a big library. You know, and ServiceBus, MassTransit came around at a time when ServiceBus was kind of big, and ServiceBus was expensive as well. But MassTransit has got way more adoption. I think to support it and to help it grow and build, I think yeah, commercial licensing is the right way. Will it have an impact on this product? Yes, it will. The moment I decide to make it an actual product, that becomes kind of an expense that I've got to account for. But I'm not tightly bound to MassTransit. What about you? How are you feeling about it? Are you affected by that? How badly do you think it would impact? So, like I said, the comments in code thing is a preference I've held for a long time. I have not commented. So when I first started, I worked in Basic. Comments are necessary there because your variables are all over the place. You cannot have long wordy variables. You have to have A and C and X and stuff. So the behavior there was very much you had to write comments. You had to remark the code, right? If you hear Rambling Geek speak at times, he still says rem it out because that's an old Basic thing. I still feel that most code can be described, but the comment should be the exception to the rule. So I think that you don't need to comment every single line. You shouldn't need to comment a variable assignment. You shouldn't need to comment a query of a list if your variable is very clear about what it's actually querying. If you need to, like again, this code here, right? It's a lot of different things. That's going to get broken up into methods. And again, should send notification. I'm telling the reader the rules for that. If they care about the rules, they can read the rest, but they don't need to. So, and I'll organize this into methods to make it more readable. I don't need comments here. I shouldn't need comments here. It's a waste. So, and that is my preference. Again, you do the code the way you feel more comfortable navigating the code. If comments are the way you do navigate, that's perfectly fine. But I also can write my code and read it as it is English. So yeah, we're lucky in the fact that we're enrolling our own. MassTransit seems to be a good fit for us, but we're in the discovery phase at the moment. I mean, MassTransit does have a lot of support for different backing options, so different communications technologies. I use MassTransit in this project because I like the differentiation between Kafka and so Kafka I'm using for distributed data, but I want the ability to send a command or publish an event, an actual large scale event. So yeah. So Apex, not sure if code will render, but I have one. Create new slots for remaining items if there's space, which is over the top for a while like it does stuff. I could put this region into a method and have to jump around the screen more, breaking your conscious flow. Create new slots for remaining items. If there's space. Well, see, again, I would break that into a method that would be, you know, um, create slots for remaining items or something. So, because again, reading that method, I can choose whether I need to go and see it. But again, preference. It's whatever works for you. Scaling solutions like MassTransit seem really difficult to do since you essentially have to test in prod. And the results affect most of your users. You don't have to test in prod. We can test out scalable messaging. We can test dumping loads of stuff in there. But yeah. So as I was saying, MassTransit has a lot of options for communications. I can actually back it with Kafka as well, so that would be an option. How do you test going from 100k requests to 1 million? Dump enough data in there, generate that amount of data, and push it all in one go. Don't forget, I can independently test these things as well, so I can. They receive events. So if I can feed 100,000 or 1 million requests into Kafka, I can get this to have to deal with that and push that number of messages through. I can push directly to MassTransit. I can write the code to integration test this piece and see that this scales up and handles those requests. So it is possible. It's not like simple, but yeah. Um, but we need another machine spun up, and we haven't seen enough instances to know how to troubleshoot. That's where you get into the world of metrics and stuff. Yeah. Well, then I understand we could move it to a method, but this loop never gets reused, so a method isn't about reuse necessarily. Especially if you look at clean code, that's an exact argument for clean code against comments, right? In that you can make that a method and name the method appropriately and have it described. Thank you for the follow. But again, I'm not judging. I'm not saying that you should follow what I say. It's take care, Doga. Have a great day at work. It's about how do you navigate your code? How are you comfortable navigating your code? If comments are the way, write the comments you need. If you're working in a team, you need to decide those things. Like if I brought you onto Liquid Sky right now and I'm on this on the stream, right? If I said, hey, you want to work with me on this? Yeah, okay. Here's what we're going to work by. And you say, I don't like that. And I say, why don't you like that? Okay, what's the compromise? Let's figure out how we work effectively as a team. That's what matters more to me. I don't care if comments start appearing in the code if we are agreed that how they are used and what they do. In a review, if we feel the comment can be removed, I want it out of there, right? That's my preference. And in a code base, testing style, naming conventions, patterns, practices, they should all be evolved to make sure that everyone working in the code is comfortable working in the code, because that's how you get productivity. Yeah, and maybe that's where my opinion comes from, Apex, is I've spent years looking at terrible comments like the one I gave an example of. I've seen that all too often. I don't like it. Especially if you just comment, if you're commenting an assignment. If you're commenting an assignment, why are you commenting the assignment? What does it matter? And in that case, those are sorts of comments I've seen where they are basically they're stale because people don't adjust the comment and they don't address them. That's the same people that write the sorts of comments are the same people who will not go back around and fix the problem. So yes, it's years of it's years of feeling that pain. So let's get these tests finished up and get this moved on, because this gets us there. So basically what happens in this code is if it matches the parameters that I have set out, whether it be I'm just subscribed to the entity or whether I'm whatever, I'm going to send a command. And again, I use Kafka for data distribution. I'm using ServiceBus with MassTransit across RabbitMQ right this second for publishing larger events in the long term. That's the intent. I haven't got any events right this second. And sending commands. So in this case, notification says, yep, you need to send this person a notification. You need to notify the user that this happened, and the preference for how they get notified is theirs in terms of the communications. This is just a trigger. Is it overly complicated to use multiple technologies like this? Yes. I had to drop a minute of coffee. Thanks for the chance. Have a good day. Apex, thank you very much. Thank you very much for contributing to so much of the conversation today. I appreciate it. Appreciate the link you sent me this morning as well. That was good to see. And thank you. Have a great day. So. Exactly. That's why I prompted it. Or I prompt it all the time. And that's awesome. So basically what I need to do is finish these tests to validate this. Again, these tests are not going to be extensive, but what I'm doing is I'm putting the structure in place to give myself the ability to validate other scenarios as this gets more complicated. This isn't the end of this process, right? This is the beginning of this process. There's things like mappings that I have to deal with. Right now, I'm assuming that the name I have in the change is the name I have. Really? I'll be right back. I need to let a dog out. Right back. Sorry, that was not the cry of a dog that wanted out. That was a cry of a dog that wanted to play. So let's just go and find someone to play with. Hopefully. So, what next? So now I need to test the when the from and to both match. So when parameter specifies from and to. Not right now. I don't have a dog cam set up. That's in the works. I have two dogs, Loki and Taylor. They are 2-year-old pit mixes, and they are big softies. And they listen about as much as my actual child. I do want to get a webcam sorted out for the dogs because it does seem to be a popular request to see them. Loki sometimes jumps up on my lap and you get to see Loki, although he's a black dog, and the camera oftentimes lets him out. Taylor doesn't jump up as much. So notification is sent. As always, if you are new to the stream, if you have any questions, thoughts, opinions on what I'm doing, you're more than welcome to ask. If you would like to see more about the code or ask further questions on what it is I'm doing, you are, again, more than welcome to ask. I will divert. I do not mind. I don't know why I did this way. I'm going to copy and paste other things in here to try and move this along. And matches. Yeah. Oh, here she comes. She's coming back. You okay? Come here. Come here. On a scoop. On a scoop. Scoop. Oh. There you go. Oh, we disappeared. Yeah, this is Taylor. Hello, Missy. You good? So, yeah. She does not like being scooped. She don't mind being held, but she doesn't like being scooped in the first place, so she tries to avoid it. Although she didn't tell me that today, so which is good. Right, Missy? But as she's a black dog, she will disappear and it'll look like I'm rubbing thin air. There you go. So, you okay, Tails? Headless dog. Yes. He will disappear, unfortunately. Right. You good? What do you hear? You okay? Okay. Let you down. Hold on. I get you a treat. Hold on. Here you go. Good girl. Good girl. A treat? There you go. Okay, now she's going to want out. I'll be right back. Okay, sorry about that. What a beautiful dog. Yeah, she's a good dog. I do want to endeavor to get a camera set up for them so that people can see them if they want to. So from and to. So what we're going to do here is we're going to match from equals before. So we're going to match that and that. Let's see. And there we go. Okay. So at this point, I am confident enough that the code is going to work. To the point earlier on, I had an idea of refactoring this. Actually, that's what I was going to do. If good, is I'm going to write this. I'm going to move this to a method, and that method is going to be called should send message. We're going to delete that. We're going to move that inside of here, and that goes there. Okay. So now, if should send message, we send the message, right? That's the idea. From subscription in where it's fine. So what does it want me to do here? Oh. Suppose that. That cleans it up quite a lot in some respects. Hey, bud. You okay? You know she had some, don't you? Okay, you can have some toast. Not a lot, though. You're not allowed a lot of bread. There you go. All gone. All gone. What's the matter? It's Remo. Hello. Nice to meet you. What, Loki? Sorry, the dogs are in the right mood to what's the matter? Do you wanna see on camera? You wanna jump up as well? What's the matter? Come here. Come on. Come here. Come on. Up. Up. Hello. Come here. We now get Loki. Loki's a bit bigger than his sister, even though they weigh about the same. But... Hello, buddy. Whoa, you're not kissing me now. They don't need kisses. But he basically knew his sister had got a reward for coming and sitting on me, so he came to get the similar reward. So... What? So, yeah, this is Loki. They're a pit mix. He looks more lab than pit. Taylor looks a bit more pit. Like Staffordshire. He looks like he's got some Labrador in him at some point. What are you doing? What are you doing? But they're in the kind of mood that I'm not going to get very much done, it seems. Can we finish this coding thing up today, do you think? It's time to code now, yeah. Yeah, if you look at him from the side, he has like a Labrador profile to him, but then when you see his face, there's a clear breed there. Got ice knot. Well, Taylor's got a toy. You okay, bud? So He's actually checking out my desk for snacks. That's what he's looking for. Right, buddy? So, see, why couldn't they have done this when we were having a conversation? Um, um, can't you do a task when all instead of for each with the weights? If I chain the send async into the link query, yeah, I could do it that way. And send them more in parallel. Yeah. But I have to start all those tasks off as well. So it might make the code a little bit more complicated to read at this point. Considering what I'm doing, I'm not optimizing for performance right this second. I'm not going to do that. I think it reads clearly enough. Later on, yes. And welcome in, Maria. I'd have to chain the send async into that select to be able to kick off that task for each of these subscriptions, and then do that. So the for each and with the when all. But optimization isn't really my priority right now. Come here, bud. I'm gonna put you down. Yeah, hold on. Hold on. Don't stand on your sister. Good boy. Okay, go sit down. You're not getting more. No more food. But clear explanation. I quite seen the vision there. Let's say your project looks very organized and structured. I try. So this one's going to say I can condense with that. So if not, should send message. If return, should send notification any. If not matching parameters, return true. Actually, no. Trying to think through this. I think this is going to fail the tests. I think I've just broken something. When subscription exists and parameters do not match yet, that's that's what I was paused on there. Like, hold on. So, if there are parameters, so basically, if there are no parameters, it doesn't matter. We don't care about this. We are going to return true. This subscription matters. Therefore, if we have matching parameters, they have to match. Let's see. That's exactly why the unit tests were written. There you go. So now we've met the same requirement. So if there are no parameters, we should send the message because we've got a subscription, right? we get the matching parameters so we can match them with the properties by name. This is going to be a map later on. There's no way I'm going to do that. I just got to figure out where I want to do that later. Again, this is not the final solution. I'm not trying to build towards what it is going to be, because there's got to be a lot of changes along the way. I'm trying to work towards the bare minimum of meeting the requirement I need right this second, so I can get the workflow in there. So if you haven't seen this before, Liquid Sky is what I'm building. This is the project itself. I'm using the project to plan the project. Right now I'm focused on this piece, this trigger notification based on parameters. So this piece requires so everything's been narrowed by tenant. Use the parameters to refine the notification. That's what I'm working on right now. If there's no parameters and we have a subscription for the entity, then trigger it. If there are map properties, then check the value changes. Replace send to inbox with notify user a change. Pass through the change event identifier, include the entity identifier, and remove the sender, remove the recipient. So right now we're in this world where we're saying, okay, well, you've got a change. You've got a subscription. Do you care about it? So yeah. So going back to the conversation we had before, right now I'm focused more on getting this done and also making sure it's understandable and readable, right? Optimization for performance later, absolutely. Multi-threading these. Right now they're going to be singular, whereas I could parallelize the actual processes. But we'll worry about that later. So normally, by the way, through the week, I stream Mondays through Fridays, 9 a.m. Eastern time. My accent may not give it away, but I actually am in the US. Hence this time. I start work around 9 o'clock. So normally I would end. This week I am off work, so the stream is going a bit longer today. Tomorrow's stream will start later because of things. Whoa. Brian, thank you very much for the gift subs. Appreciate it. Aggie got one. Nice. Real book lover. Nice. All new followers. Wow, I thought you were from the UK. I am from the UK. The first 27 years of my life was spent in the UK. I'm from the north of England originally. Thank you for the follow. Very much appreciate those gift subs. But yeah, I moved here, so I've been in the US for 18 years now. So, but anyway, I think this is good enough for now. We need to get the pieces in place, right? So we need to get some structure there. We need to validate that things are going to get sent. So notify user a change here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to commit this code. Fine. Description. What made you move? My wife. My wife's from the US, so and my skill set transferred more than hers. So, yep. The countries are much of a muchness for most things, right? So, I would yeah, 18 years, family established, and yeah. So refine subscription parameters, include tests, that's the bar date, behavior. Again, I think what's going to happen now is I'm going to run this for real. I'm going to make a change and it break. and I genuinely think it will break because um, it's going to. I'm going to get actual real values, whereas previously everything's tested on those strings. Um, I don't think the fields are going to match. I think I'm going to have to do that mapping before I do this anyway. Otherwise, I'm just setting myself up for failure. So yeah, include test of valid behavior, introduce new command, notify user change. So again, being clear about the intent here, right? Previously, it was send to user inbox. That's not necessary anymore because realistically now I'm just saying, hey, by the way, tell them this happened. That is the intent of this component. It is to notify the user of the change. And how they want to be notified, when they want to be notified, is up to them, and that's up to the communications component of the application rather than that. So the notifications is going to send that command again via ServiceBus. I'm not using Kafka for this piece. This is a command that goes to a process that cares about it. Again, the benefit of using the ServiceBus here is I don't need to have this hard link. It will send the command, and if that's not available right now, it will wait. So if this service is down for whatever reason, that's one of the benefits of having the distributed system is I can bring things up and down at will and have them work that way. So it will send the command, and then eventually this communications piece, and that's the piece we're going to move to in the next phase, is going to say, well, hold on, I've got a notification. What are the preferences for this notification? Did the user ask for an immediate email? Did the user, and that's what this particular piece is. That they're asking for an email. So success on this. I've been thinking about how do I set how do I make sure that this actually meets the requirement as specified, right? So the requirement is for this one, see an immediate email notification when the planning item subscription change occurs. I would like to see an immediate email notification. The notification should inform me the date, time of the change, the actual changes that triggered, and who made the changes, right? And this is just one task towards that. Yes, I'm using the tool to build the tool. Yes. Yeah. So I get to test out these things, these theories. Yeah. If you are interested in signing up to this is actually available. There's no guarantees when it will be up. If you would like to test the software, you can go to liquid-sky.software and sign up. You do not have to enter any real information. I would say you probably should enter a real email address. That way it will, any reset emails, etc. necessary will function. The only thing I ask is if you go and do that, there is a Discord. Please jump in the Discord, and you are and if you have feedback, there is some feedback I need to address in there. If you have feedback, ideas, or opinions that you'd like to see, then share that feedback. It is functional right now, but it's not easy to necessarily get on board with. But the option is there if anyone chooses to do it. Again, the only thing I ask is that you do help with some feedback if you're going to do that. I don't want to just have people creating data for the sake of trying to break things or whatever, because it is not in a final state, right? Everything needs hardening. Everything needs a pass over to verify behavior. There's no validation on the form for sign up, so you can enter bad information and it just won't work, right? You can enter a password and it could be not sufficient and it just won't work. So there's a lot of things that need to be handled there before moving forward. So yeah. But one of the things I was thinking about is the ability for the developers to specify, okay, what is the actual done for this? Like these are the tasks. So ultimately, I probably will create a task list for the task. Task might not actually be the long-term name for this. But then what is done for this? What is success? Are you familiar with the hosting of SSR Angular applications in combination with .NET Core Backend API? I haven't used SSR for Angular yet. My app, this is Angular. This is an Angular client, but it's not using SSR. But this Angular client is completely standalone. It's in its own repo. So I would imagine it's not too different. SSR is just where it's being pulled from. So right now this is deployed as its own application. It has one API reference. So all the communication with the backend goes through the gateway. So the gateway these are all individual APIs, individual projects, individual solutions, individual projects, not solutions. They could actually be solutions. They are standalone. And then every communication, even GraphQL, goes through the gateway. So as far as the client is concerned, there's only one address. So apart from the SSR part, yes, I'm familiar with the hosting of Angular and working with the backend API. So let's get this piece. Introducing a command notify user change for sending ServiceBus. There is no outbox on the ServiceBus at this point. I probably would end up using an outbox. That would be the safer way of guaranteeing this. So with the way this works, what happens is when I receive an event, a command through the API, that goes and updates the data store here. The main events are linked to those things. So if I change data or whatever, it will publish domain or create new data or create a domain event. What happens is when I save that entity back to the database, I have an interceptor at entity framework level that will go and look for any domain events after saving. So I've guaranteed I've got the data. I then publish any domain events using Mediator as notifications in Mediator. And I have the handlers for those things defined there. That Mediator notification can then be used to do other things. So any other behavior that's a reaction of that event will occur. In this instance, if it's a create, I'm going to publish an integration event. And that integration event is a Kafka event, which is also put to an outbox so that has resilience. So if Kafka is unavailable, I do not lose that ability. So I'm kind of adding that stability in there. It's complication, absolutely. It's disconnected. But I'm also not building my code based around, oh, I have to send a Kafka message. I'm basing my code upon I have to achieve a thing. What happens when this thing is achieved is not the problem of me. Mars, good morning. I've knowledge of the hosting part with non-SSR applications, but I'm now required for a big contracting job to deploy it with SSR. That changes the way it works from being able to place the build files from Angular in the root folder to having to use a node server, I think. That means I cannot just host it using my Microsoft server. That's where I'm a bit close. Gotcha. No, I haven't. So I haven't played with SSR because I don't necessarily need it. I actually don't need a lot of server-side stuff. As yet, I haven't really looked at the pattern. But I would imagine the hosting is not. I suppose, yeah, you got to have a node server up and running. But when you deploy, so I've not heard of Zemba before. Sorry, my microphone is in a weird position. Sorry, I'm trying to think about how I deploy this right a second. So, yeah, okay. So this gets put to a Docker file. So this is a node build. Gotcha. Yeah. I forgot you focused on that, but yeah. So when I deploy the Angular application, I'm deploying it to a node. So this is all deployed through Kubernetes, right? So I don't think I would have much to do if I wanted to use SSR, but I haven't really tried it. I haven't quite. So I've been using Blazor with Blazor Server and the client side stuff, and that's left me a little bit like, do I really want to play around with SSR and stuff? Do I have a need for that right now? But the purpose of the client here is that I can build a different client if I need to against the same API and have it all function almost identically. Brilliant. Welcome in. Wow, you got a gift somebody you followed but not chatted. That's awesome. Well, I appreciate you coming in and saying thank you for the gift sub. That's a good move. Napalm, hello. Good morning. I wanted something more rounded, like with C#. It only has 4 courses, just like learning. I did some Python courses, but wanted to do some C#. Switched over to Udemy. Yeah. Yeah. Well, that's cool. Yes, that was the first time chat. Yeah, I suppose maybe Varia, this is deployed as a node service anyway, so I suppose it supports it. Are you not deploying it that way? The application, your Angular application as it stands? I'm leaning quite heavily on Kubernetes for the deployment of this application, so yeah. Okay. Gotcha. I've yet to understand what the benefit of doing this SSR stuff would be for me, if there would be any real benefit other than preparing some of the pages, but the pages are all dynamic, data driven anyway. Simple ng build prod command to create the required files and place it in the root of my backend API. This then runs on the same server. Yeah. Speed and SEO. Yeah. I would wonder about the speed, but the SEO I don't need, because the application is it's not a an application that's going to. If I built a portal or I built a what's the word? Like a landing page, a marketing page for the project, then yes, I probably would have to consider that for that purpose, right? The SEO and whatnot. Okay, so one last check. If I was to do this now, let's have a look. Kafka. So a change is going to look like this, right? So that name there is going to be status. If I have a subscription, I'm not storing my field here based on anything other than what I determine in the client. So if we do app features, my organization and my Angular code. So client-side code is not my happy place, by the way. Client-side code is my I have to do it, but I don't like doing it place. I wish I was better, but I'm not. So I kind of muddle through and do what I need to do in the client code. I really want to look at a good example of an organization. So the organization for the .NET code, you can tell, is very drastically different than that of the client code, right? It looks different. It just feels different, and I'm much happier navigating it. The client code, no such parity. So I really do want to revisit it and figure out what it is that's different. So right now, if I do that, this will work. But what happens if I change that parameter on the model in the back end, right? There's a clear break possible from doing that. So I got to figure out what that looks like. And I think what I'll do is I'll throw that down the line. I'll say that the second time I come up against this, a more complicated case, we'll come up with a more convoluted case next. What does that look like, right? Because it might be that we need some sort of lookup here. So this is a reference to a field that we are fed, so we understand the mapping at that point, or something like that. Where we can add a field, but we need a mapping to something from the client side. I'm not sure. We'll have to play it by ear a little bit. And again, that's why I'm not planning too far ahead on this. Right now, my focus is just one field with all the behavior of notifying, so that all the little pieces are wired up, and now we can come back and refine those things. And that's got to be clear. If the product team was asking for this, and they asked for, I want to be able to subscribe to any field, the developers should push back and say, no, pick one. We'll do one. Oh, damn, my hosting partner just released a way to create a running node server on the same location. So that kind of fixed everything for me. There you go. Stars have aligned. That's sweet. So are you just hosting it as kind of a in that case, I mean that sort of app, if you're just delivering it as content files, that can essentially just be delivered from like an S3 bucket or something, right? Whereas if you need it to do SSR, you need a server-based solution. Yeah. Gotcha. I don't think I've tried deploying an app to S3 before like that. I know we've talked about it before. I don't think I've actually done it. Okay, so with that change, right, let's start this up. Now, starting Liquid Sky is not simple. The full application stack is 16 different services plus the client, and then all the database and everything like that. So our security team loses their mind if anything blob is public, so we use Azure Static Web Apps, which is probably sat on top of that same thing. Just it's a layer that they can charge you for. Yeah, but look, we can secure it. No. It goes into this product that clearly says it's built for this thing, but it's doing the same. Never mind. Pay what you're going to pay. Okay, so let's go. So this is the dev instance. Come on. There we go. Negative 100% from last month. So in here now you see the little icons indicate notification. So I can click in here and I can click status and I can include parameters, right? So I can subscribe to changes to this thing. So if I go now, the problem is I am not, if I subscribe to it, I cannot make the change, right? So let's save that one. And let's go in here and include parameters to, what is it? Ready for planning, in progress. Let's save that one. Okay. Now, if I open another window, localhost 4200. What's wow? Let's figure out users. That's Jeffrey. Do I actually have to? Oh, this is not going to work. Is it? Maybe? Yes? No? I think that's going to break because I think that's not going to be the right tenant. How do you feel about Azure B2C? I have no feelings either way. I haven't used it. Right now, this is using Auth0 for auth stuff. That user can't be active. I can't be using that one. I'm gonna let that one through. I don't think that's particularly bad. Now the word turd will be allowed in the stream, but it's fine. Can you apply context, please? Napalm. What makes it so convoluted? Azure often feels like a bunch of tools cobbled together as opposed to a well-formed ecosystem. Maybe our teams are structured. I don't know. AWS feels. I don't know. Load time, morning exercise, and hygiene routine. One line. No worries. Thank you. Enjoy your exercise. That is important. There you go. XML policies, inheritance of these policies, legacy AD assumptions, shared UI with Entra. Yeah. Yeah. I think some of it might be based upon just how you're exposed to it, as to how it feels. I mean, I've been looking through many different ways of achieving a few things recently, and I'm like, I have no idea what I should be using and what I shouldn't. So, our organization's like, which pieces you need access to? I was like, all of them? Like, I don't know. Everyone should just go back to ServerX. I think that as AI tooling gets more expensive, that might not actually be far from the truth. Like, some companies might end up having to do that to keep the costs low on their AI usage. I think we might need to create a new user unless I've got. Let's see if Fred logs in. Fred at my.com. Really? And that's why you need to make sure you use a real email address if you sign up. I don't know if adding the user. AWS makes sense to me compared to Azure. That's an idea I could get behind just because I like buying stuff. Buying stuff is good. I'm strongly considering it to build out all my SaaS apps. I have a ton of them, and it's now worth the investment. Well, again, for Liquid Sky, if I was to host this, well, if I was to try and find a cloud provider for this would cost me an absolute fortune. Just looking at deploying developers.stream 3 APIs, it would still run up to, because of what I needed it for, it would still run up to about $50-$60 a month, right? So what this with 16 actual services, plus all the extra things I need, like Mongo, Redis, RabbitMQ, Kafka, cloud hosting, that is expensive. Using the SaaS products for Kafka and for other things, maybe Mongo, would possibly be useful. And I think that might be a good middle ground where I could actually host everything and then break out to using those SaaS products. Because hosting your own version of Kafka, you don't really get the benefits of Kafka unless you can scale it out. And in that instance, I need different boxes, and having 3 or 4 boxes running in my house is a challenge. It might be that I can build up a cheaper server and actually rack mount that in a provider. But yeah, but Liquid Sky would have to clear a significant amount of money every month to be able to be worth it to go to the cloud. All good. Strongly, he manages 1 million users. Whoa, props! Thank you very much for the raid. Welcome in. Hope you are well. How was your stream? 2,000 videos monthly. It cost me €100 a month just because I host in Azure. Would be about the max 150 a year when I did it the other way. Yeah, that's not cheap. Hopefully it's paying for itself as well. But, Stony, welcome back. Your second raid of the day. I appreciate it. Thank you, props. What were you doing today? How did it go? Okay, I guess. Learned a little more about TS generics. Ah. Nice. It's pain enough that I didn't watch any for now. Yeah. Yeah, I never left. Oh, you came in a different window, though. I'm trying to talk Casio creating our data center. I think we should rent a rack at Hertzner or something like that instead. Yeah, I don't think having on-prem stuff is necessarily the best way. I think having a dedicated server farm that is set up for rack mounting your equipment is the best way. Stony recommended your stream. Oh, thanks, Stony. Appreciate it. Well, welcome in, Raiders. Hope you're well. Hope you had fun. I am currently working on my application, my Liquid Sky application. Rhea, thank you very much for the gift sub. That is our little secret. So this is Liquid Sky. Rather, this is Liquid Sky, or Project Liquid Sky. It is a project management and planning application that I've been building for a little while now. And this is actually Liquid Sky planning Liquid Sky. So I'm actually using the product to plan the product. I am currently working through some extra pieces on notifications. But nice. And basically, the idea is that for a given, need to be in planning, know how to use your own application. For a given planning item, I'm able to say, okay, what do I care about knowing if it changed? And the idea being that once I've subscribed to this, if something changes about that by somebody else, it will tell me. So let's say I want to know if it's assigned, or if the status has changed, or the review date changes. And these are going to get more and more complicated as we go through this. So I want to know if the review date changes or the review date has passed. And there's all sorts of different ways I want to be notified of things. So yeah. But yeah, basically, this is a large distributed system at this point. There's a lot of moving parts. The way the stream works is, if you have any questions, thoughts, opinions on what I'm doing, you're more than welcome to ask. I will show the code on stream. I do the code on stream occasionally, apparently. And if you have any specific questions, you're more than welcome to ask them, and I will go into that piece and describe it. There's a lot of technology moving. Starting simply with Angular over here, to an API gateway, to multiple APIs, multiple databases, multiple database technologies using Mongo, SQL Server, and Redis. Right, a second. Oh, sure, that counts as a database technology. No, sorry. Thank you in Dutch. So Inception project, yes. So I am, to use the right phrase, I am dog fooding my own application. I am validating the use cases. The weird thing is, this is not aimed at developers. So the focus of the application is product management. That's what I want to improve. I don't care about the developers specifically getting anything from this. I care about them having to do less with this tool. So the idea is that the product team is able to outline their requirements. They're able to see their plans, they're able to set their goals, and they're able to see the progress teams are making towards those goals without asking the developers themselves. The developers will be responsible for tasking these things out, but they can task them very technically because they are focused on the technical aspect. So they have their own side of this, which is the tasking system, which allows them to go in and estimate, and to assign, and to group, and also then see the sprint boards. So, and this is what I'm currently working on right this second, this notification piece. So yeah, I am using the application to dog food the application. And so far it's working pretty well. But yeah, the thing I am doing right this second is this notifications piece, and I was just trying to figure out how to sign in as a different user as we get into some conversation around whether you should host your own stuff or you should host in the cloud, and the benefits and the pros and cons of different cloud providers. Yeah. But yeah, any questions, opinions, thoughts, etc., I'm more than welcome. I'm happy to talk about the product. This is not open source, but I do open source some components of it. Things like my mediator outbox, my Kafka extensions to give me, so when I'm talking about Kafka, if you see in my code, you see receivers, this is Kafka. I've created wrappers that track the event coming from Kafka, and will actually clean that up a little bit. So over here, when I add Kafka here, I just said, oh, I want a receiver, add the receiver, and now that binds the topic, subscription, etc. up into this and abstracts that piece. The reason I call them receivers is because they are consumers in Kafka terminology. However, this is my extension to that consumer, and also it allows me to differentiate between a consumer in ServiceBus and a consumer in Kafka. I do want to keep those two concepts separate. So, so the library for doing this, for binding to Kafka and publishing messages, etc., is open source, and I've open sourced those pieces. Yes. That was, I kind of alluded to that before when I was describing it very, and thank you very much for going and doing that. The onboarding process is definitely something that I did try and actually tackle before the last release, but I realized that the libraries for doing like guided onboarding and stuff are terrible. Unless anyone's got any better recommendations, the ones I found, especially with Angular in mind, there's none with Angular, the current version, that I could find. And the biggest one that was out there was it was horrible. It didn't work. It it didn't look very nice. So yeah. So onboarding, yeah, definitely. The idea of you have to go in and add a project, you have to go in and assign a team to get the value. So the way that's structured, um, projects, again, there's a lot in here deliberately. The prefix doesn't really matter right this second. That may come into play later. Teams, you assign a planning item to it. You assign a task to a team. The idea being that, oh, interesting. Freya, thank you very much for the sub. There's one way of getting around the ads. Appreciate that. Being that this was tailored to you anyway, it doesn't really matter to wait for the ads to go out. So the idea is you have a team. When you are tasking, you do not assign a task to a user at that point. That is a key thing I want to focus on. So as you go to write a task, you see it's assigned to team, right? So team Alpha, Bravo, Charlie, Delta, Foxtrot, right? So you should, even as a developer, sat down working with the product manager to task this out, to verify what you need and how it's going to achieve the requirements. At that point, you should not be thinking about who's going to work on it. And I want that to be very difficult to figure out first. Later on, when you go into here, right now you can do it, but even in here, I don't want to have that happen. But you can then assign to a user. Ultimately, what I want to happen is that goes away, and at the sprint level, now when you drag it to in progress, it assigns it to you. So now the backlog is never pre-assigned. I think that's a very critical thing that teams should focus on, is being able to really pick up what's appropriate rather than what's what we assigned to developer X 3 months ago, right? What items assigned to a developer development man? Yeah. So that's one of the things where I want to be opinionated. So I'm thinking that, yeah, if you drag it over here, it assigns it to you. It's an option, right? Like maybe it's a prompt. Do you want to assign it to yourself? Or it's unassigned who you're assigning it to, right? But I mean, ultimately, I'm the one in control of this, right? So if I'm going to pick up the piece of work, it's going to be me invariably that is going to be assigning it to that person. So and complete, potentially you could unassign it. Right now the statuses are very hard coded, but they will be empty. But again, it's the focus of, I don't want developers to kind of pre-assign work. So that does work mostly, but what if a project manager is splitting up the work? Why is the project manager doing anything? The co-workers are responsible for tasking that out. The project manager should not be assigning anything. The team should be solving the problem. The project manager is the coordination between that. So again, I don't want to be super. Yes, yep, it does happen, but it's one of those areas where I'm trying to help the developers own their piece. So the concept is a project. A project right now is basically a labeling, a tagging. A team can be assigned to projects. So the idea being there that when it comes time to planning, if your team is a team that covers one of those projects, you'll see the planning items that need to be looked at, right? There's another phase of this, which is moving those tasking pieces into the tasking side of the application. Well, the CEO can assign items directly, preferable per phone or during demo. I'm going to make that difficult. I'm going to make that like unnecessary. Like if they verbally want to assign that, that's fine, but the developer has to go in and do it. So yeah, you assign projects to a team. Yeah, it's not. I'd love to. I'd love to have it overhauled and done looking professional. But yeah, it does kind of work. So yeah, the idea being that the product team and the management team land only on this side of the application. Here's what we want. Here's what we're expecting, and how much progress is being made. Right now, there's no. I think I removed the switch. Yeah. What do you mean dark? It is in dark mode. There is no light mode. um, Windsurf is trying to sell us. Give me a 30-day 1K credit. How are you in light mode? That switch was removed. The themes got removed. The background is white? Have I got something in there that actually manages to pick up a light mode? Because I removed the theming ability because it got messy, and when they updated to Prime NG19, all my stuff broke. There was a light mode background for it though. Is it picking up auto? That'd be good if you actually do join the Discord. If you could post the screenshots of that, that'd be very helpful to figure out. I don't want to mess around with my settings, right? Well, I see most of what you're saying. Set your project, of course, but my background is very white at the moment. So all this is white? Ah. Yeah, I'd appreciate the screenshots. That would be helpful. Again, so one of the things in studying this is that when you are reading a lot of text, and if you look at products like Jira, like Asana, etc., a lot of them actually do start in light mode. They start in very bright white screens because apparently that is much more conducive to the reading, which there should be a lot of reading to do, right? Developers don't like having, in general, developers do not like having light mode. Dark mode is simpler to read. Obviously, obviously we're spending far too much time in very dark rooms. So the switch was in there initially, but I couldn't. There's a Liquid Sky, Liquid Sky feedback in the streams folder, and there's threads in there. There is only one mode, dark. But yeah, it's not. It's actually more conducive to have a light mode. So when I get someone to actually help me with the design of this, I will start with a light mode and introduce, but have dark mode developed at the same time. Testing of that is going to be an absolute nightmare. But yeah, for right now it might be dark mode only. Although, again, it sounds so. There is a theming. There was theming initially. Theme switcher. So there is a service for switching theme, and is dark theme. Stop. But I don't know how it would automatically default to. Oh. App theme. No, because that's my element, isn't it? Interesting. So it just uses the different versions of the Lara Indigo class. Oh, you joined. That's fine. Deflux said hi. That mean Deflux is lurking. And yeah, there's a Liquid Sky feedback. Copy link. I'll post it in the random channel. There you go. Yep. Imagine coding in this economy. I know. Oh, it's 10 o'clock. Wow. Okay. That's I just wanted to get this tested. So obviously it's not showing me the subscriptions that I made before, but it is subscribed. So if I go to entity subscriptions, I should have 2 subscriptions. I should have 2 sets of parameters. One for subscription 1, it was just status. For subscription 2, it was status to in progress. I'm just saying, I've been streaming for almost 3 hours. It's a week off work, but I need to be getting on with other things as well. That's not long enough. Yeah, I think my days of 8-hour streams are like, this would be cool if this was my full-time job. I would happily do 8-hour streams on Liquid Sky. Although I'd have to get a lot more done, wouldn't I? And stop talking so much. How do I do this? How do I do this? How do I do this? I don't know how to do this. I go into Auth0. And I change the password on that user. And the screenshots. Thank you. Appreciate it. Well, we will shall investigate that. Oh yeah, that is. That is definitely the light mode taking effect. Huh. Do you have your system defaulted to light by any chance? Or is your system set in dark mode? That's the only way I can think that would, for some reason, trigger that. Default is dark. Huh. Well, we'll have to dig into that one. Because that's frustrating, I apologize. No. Auth0, not GitHub. There you go. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to change the password of fred@my.com, right? So I'm going to go into here. I go to my settings, users. I'm going to change the password of fred@my.com. Oh no, did I delete Fred? I might have deleted Fred. Okay, so we'll do andrew@my.com. Okay. Because apparently Fred got eradicated. That's interesting. I will definitely dig into that one. That's a test worth doing. Thank you for the for sharing it though. I appreciate the help. So is this still in the right tenant? I think that is still in the right tenant. 648. Yep, it's still in the right tenant. Let's go change the password. Change password. Oh, maybe that is the password already. So let's do andrew@my.com. Sign in, andrew@my.com. It is the password. Okay, cool. So now, basically, what I want to do is I want to set up to be able to see this. So let's put a breakpoint here. What should happen is if this is working correctly, my user, Jeffrey Winkle, has a subscription to the status changing on this. So if I go in, permissions, okay, let's go in. So Andrew has no ability to edit planning items. I need to hook in another piece here. Actually, let's track that. That should be handled as new planning item. Changing user permissions should update. When a user permission is changed, they should be able to assign product manager. I am the product manager. Assign project client. A review date. Let's push that out a bit. Let's remove that down there. Yeah, dependencies none. Okay. So the problem here is what I need to do is publish some events to basically reset my cache. There is Redis, and what this does is caching the permissions, because as I sign in, it goes and validates the identity of that user, pulls the permissions, and then uses them to pass forward. It also caches them so that, you know, every single request doesn't involve back and forth with an API. If I change the permissions, I need this piece to listen and say, oh, I need to refresh my cache. So let's invalidate that Redis cache. I did some more test scenarios. Thank you. That's awesome. Oh, wow. That is quite the difference, isn't it? I mean, it's not unusable. Just the searing bright white light in your face might not be as intended. That's interesting, though, that that is really interesting, because the projects page in the settings is a pure white background, but then the planning items page is a black background with white panels. I think the theme's totally out of whack. Huh. We'll have to dedicate some time to that one. But this is what I mean when I ask if you want to sign up to Liquid Sky, you're more than welcome to do it. But this sort of stuff is very helpful to understand how you're using it, how things are not working, what I need to chase and prioritize. It was all white after I changed the color scheme. Ah, so is it just have you got a tool, a plugin? There's a moon icon there. Oh, okay, there is a moon icon on the register page. Yes. Oh, I didn't remove it from the register page, so it does toggle, but then it's not always respected. Okay. So it might be simple to clear it out. Okay. But that's interesting. It left it slightly lightened. Huh. We'll have to play around with that one. So yeah, so I need an event to invalidate the cache, and also then do a push notification to the user that, hey, by the way, you've got new settings. Update yourself. Refresh your preferences. Okay, so they are clear now. I think I've got that set to every minute or something like that, or 2 minutes. So now over here, if I refresh my user, I should be able to see the edit icon. Yeah. So now if I edit this, it doesn't matter what I change status to, I should hit that breakpoint. So again, that's gone and saved the planning item. That's now producing an event that will calculate a change. That change will publish and then get produced out to Kafka again. And then the notifications piece should, in short form, hit this breakpoint, is the intention. But we'll see. We probably shouldn't just wait on that happening. So you see the topics. We have changes. There's our status change to ready for planning. Now, this should have picked that up. Why is that not in debug? Let's see what this looks like. So consumer groups, pipelines, notifications has no lag. It apparently processed the event. So the beauty of this is we can stop running that, right? We can go into the change receiver here, do this. If we go back to Kafka topic of it, so because of the way the system works, I can replay events. So to do that, I need to go into my consumer group, go to my identity. Notifications was there, right? I'm not dreaming. So changes detail fired and publish that. So you see this, the changes, the pipeline stuff attaches additional context to the data so that I don't need to have that data necessarily in a consumer of this system. I can say, oh, by the way, Andrew changed the status from preparing to ready for planning. Snoring Taylor. What should happen there, though? That consumer group's missing. Why is that consumer group missing? It's not. So this lives in the LS notifications integration. Named, yeah, it should be its own thing. So what we're going to do is we're just going to start that receiver up on its own. Notifications. We don't need the entire stack for this one. We can just test this independently. Now we've got the event there. We can replay this as many times as we want. There we go. Okay, so we got the message. There's our planning item. And it goes in here. Oh no. Is that crashing? That's crashing, isn't it? Just increase that readability a little bit. Something errored there though. Now the problem with doing the way this is working, this starts a task up for every single receiver, right? So good or bad, right or wrong, it starts a task to parallelize any messages being received. So it starts a task up for every single topic that I'm subscribed to and handles this off. It does mean that if it errors, I've got to be a little bit more aware of the why. Because I've got to put logging in appropriately. I'm not a big fan, again, in the same vein as we were talking about comments before, I'm not a big fan of just dumping in log, and using that to do my debugging off of. So I like to understand the whys. Okay, so here we go. We have our message there. So let's stop that running again. Consumer groups. So it's established this now. Now let's update the offset to 326. Ready? It doesn't release that consumer for a little while, so it doesn't let go of the actual monitoring of that, which means that you end up waiting for that to go. This is actually stacking these. This is not replacing that element in the page. So eventually I'll have a problem. But what I'm looking for is a little green box to appear to the right, and then I'll refresh the screen. There you go. Yes, that is. What does your stream title mean, by the way? What? Should you give up on a project because it looks like it's been done? Sorry. Dropped an apple on the floor. Exactly what it says. Like, should you give up on a project if you feel that, you know, someone else has done it? Or the like, would you? Like, Jira exists. Should I give up on Liquid Sky? That's not how I read that. Interesting. How did you read it? Okay. Maybe I should have added the word before. Okay, so our command is valid. So why don't you get into here? So this goes into here. I had a breakpoint here before, right? And then we hit that. Is something not configured? Why? Notifications infrastructure receivers. That's what that shouldn't be running. Why is notification running? I think regardless of what exists, you should do what you enjoy. Yeah, it was triggered by a little bit of a conversation with you yesterday on it wasn't necessarily anything you specifically said about, you know, why am I doing this project or anything. It was more specifically the and I do question it all the time, right? You were saying, like, it's not Jira that's the problem. And that is true. It's not Jira that's the problem. It's the process. It's the people that put the process in place that makes Jira difficult to use, right? So, and nothing particular. I do this all the time anyway. I do question, okay, why am I doing a Liquid Sky? What am I doing? How how is it different? How is and I think that's helpful for me to keep pushing forward, to make sure that I'm not just yeah. So it was a lot of conversation in the beginning of the stream about setting goals, about um, deciding what I consider achievement with it. And uh, Apex posted something this morning to me in Discord about Atlassian and using MCP server stuff, and how that pushes that product forward. And I kind of went in. I've done some experimentation with AI tools, LLMs and whatnot in Liquid Sky already. So should you give up on something because you find that someone else has done it, or they've done it maybe what you consider better? I don't deliberately look at those other tools because I don't want to copy anything. I want to do what I'm going to do, and if I end up on the same solution, then fine, that's awesome. I think Jira is very adaptable. No one setup is ever the same, and the pain points you described for more like a management problem than a software solution problem. But if you enjoy what you're doing, then who cares? Right. And I've run that idea. It's not the first time I've heard that idea. I've heard that idea from someone else. The problem is that someone else is also part of the reason it's complicated, and yeah, is part of that process, which is making it ever more. I think that we tend to try and do too much stuff, because Jira is very adaptable. All I'm trying to do is split the process and keep people with the tools they need to do their job effectively, without constantly having to worry about the reporting and the measurement. In terms of compete with Jira, then you need to be more critical about what you're building. If you want to build something because it interests you and solves a problem you have, it doesn't matter. Fair enough. Yeah, I think a lot of ideas probably fall by the wayside because people lose energy, or people feel that they're not really doing anything. And realistically, what I was saying is at the beginning of the stream is like, don't set your goal. Like, if I set my goals, I want to compete with Jira. Sorry, I got a cut on the inside of my lip. Then I'm going to set myself up for failure, because I cannot, as a solo developer, hit that level. It's impossible. There's too much of a gap. What I want to do is describe the way I think things should work. And even if, and I've said it, if you look back on streams going way back to the beginning of this, if people pick up on the way I'm building this and adapt their ways in Jira, and that's good enough for them, that's perfect. I know there's a problem with the people. I've identified that there's a problem with the processes that people put in place the entire time. Right? I've never debated that part. So for me, it's more about how do I make progress, and what is success for me? Success for me is I built something that I can happily point to and say, I can do this, right? I can build this system. In a real world, I wouldn't be the one building this system. I'd be the one laying this out and helping put the building blocks in place. Development teams would be running with that thing. If you want to compete with Jira, you're probably building Jira. Should probably build something that you create in your own mind to not. Yes, it's why I know that there's a lot of features in Jira that I haven't explored. I know there's tools in there that probably do things that I have, but no organization I've been in has identified that either. So I deliberately don't look at those other tools. Right, I'm building what I want to build and describing what I want to describe. And at the end of the day, if you like using it, it's there, right? And that's what I want to make available. I'm trying to do it where I don't need to spend vast amounts to get it to that point. But realizing that the thing I'm building is obviously an extension. So yeah. But yeah, we continue on, we continue building, and we continue seeing what tomorrow brings. And you know, I've been a software developer for 25 years or more. I love doing this. I love building software. I love designing and trying to solve problems and trying to learn new technologies. And if nothing else comes from this, I can point to this and say, look, you can go and look at my stream. You can look at years worth of coding. You can see that I did this, and I can show you the code, and I can talk to you about it. And yeah, don't give me any leak code exercises. So what am I trying to do right this second? Oh yeah, I need to go through that reset thing again. So it consumed it but didn't work. So I'm a little confused as to why that is the case right this second, right? So that's what I'm trying to validate. Update. There you go. I think I'm with I think maybe it's you that said, like, if you're gonna give me a leak code exercise, I'm out. We don't work in leak code. Twitch is like, yeah, whatever. It's just some BS we have to deal with right now. Yeah, yeah. I always struggle. I do struggle with leak code exercises. I don't work that way. I haven't done for a long time. I haven't focused on the like building linked lists and building these patterns and doing these things. If you can watch the stream and say I have no idea what I'm doing, just switched jobs last month, and every job that required a test was an instant no-go for me. Yeah. Look at what I've done. And again, it's why, partially why that I kind of just keep the stream kind of quiet, and it is what it is because I don't just share me sat trying to code on the stream. I share my opinions, I share my experience, I try and learn from other people's experience and show that's who I am as a developer, right? It is a professional advertisement, right? This is who I am. I don't buffer my opinions or adapt this for an interview. I do this because I love doing this, and this is what I want to show. So yeah, like I in the past I've basically created a demonstrable. I've created a set of code and said or set of requirements that build something that does this thing. If you can write unit tests, write some unit tests about it, and then send it back. And then based upon the present the code project that I got back was, yes, let's have an interview. And now there was no right or wrong. I didn't actually expect it to complete anything. It was more the code they provided, and then we used that to have a conversation around. Like, how do you think about this? What did you think about this thing? Do you agree with this method or this practice? And use that as a conversation. Also, I need to go do work. Sorry, I didn't mean to give you an existential crisis. Not you specifically. Just triggered the feeling. It's fine. Enjoy your work day. One company said that I could not do the test at home since they fed the test to ChatGPT and it came back with the perfect answer. I simply said, maybe that is the exact tool you need to write that code for you then, and just went on to my search. Yeah. I think a good use case for leak code is we are approached by a person that has no experience in software dev. Then a leak code profile could help support a case where they could work out for us. Um, have a good one, maybe. Catch you later. Um, yeah. I think if you are trying to hire someone uh, with a level of experience, then I think it's actually it's a little insulting if you don't if you look at a resume and say, well, hold on, they might not know how to code. Um, Typically, I think there's absolutely nothing wrong with what you're building. I appreciate that. As that's in C sharp, right? Yes, I'm doing it for the right reasons. Um, yeah, I think it's a little bit insulting. I think it's a little bit unnecessary. I think again, you can get what you need from a developer of years of experience from a good conversation. And if you don't have the people in place to know that you're hiring a developer of that pedigree, probably not looking for that developer um, in that position. You're not looking for them as a developer, you're looking for them as a leader. So if you don't understand what you're trying to get out of a multi experienced developer, um, yeah, yeah. So again, in the past, when I've been hiring developers, I've basically created a take-home test, write the code you write, add tests if you want to. If it comes back too perfect, then we're going to know because we're going to discuss it. What's your opinion on this? And because you had a code write it, an AI write it, yeah. Same with BF, right? I could do it because I want to do it. If it's successful, incredible. But it's not. If not, it's been a lot. Yeah, and it's demonstrated a lot of talent and a lot of ability. You've managed lots of processes. You've gone through those things. You can explain a lot of that. Yeah, yeah. Um, Ability because I wanted to, not because I was trying to compete. Yeah, I don't care if I would love to get this out into the world. I would love people to be able to use it, and I have a vision for what I want from this product, right? I know what I am trying to drive to. That's the notifications piece is one big piece of that. So once I've got this structure in place, I hope to be able to build on that and really demonstrate the whys of what I'm doing. And then I can proceed to even more cool things, more logic, more behavior. But it is very much a passion project. It is very much I care about making developers productive, and I don't care if it ever competes. It would be cool, but it also, again, if you're watching the stream and thinking of hiring a developer, and I'm in that contention, then that's also, um, you know, in the future, um, you know, like I have a job, but I might not always have a job. Whoa, what are you doing? What, man? Wow. Maybe. Thank you. I appreciate that sincerely. That's insane. Trap, fuel, solo dev, ashes. Thank you. Have a great day of work, you man. Um, well, this has been quite the day. Um, Varia, now yourself. I don't think I've ever had that many. Well, I've never had that many subs, but in one stream, wow. Um, Thank you. Let's try and figure out what's going wrong here then. Varia. Ah. uh, Thank you again. Wow. Um, Mars. That's insane. I guess I should get a few redeems up and working and get a maybe get that dog camera worked on. So thank you for this. Wow, that's mind blowing. Thank you guys. Appreciate it. RJ, hello, welcome in. Hope you're well. Let's go for a little bit longer, and then we'll wow, what a madman stream. So this is not working, and I don't know why this is not working. It's bugging me. So the sender is a pretty simple thing. So why would it error? I'm not sure. So let's go and see if we can start that once more. Shro, hello, welcome in. Pretty good way to appreciate the being a follower. Let's see it. So basically this command is being built, and this command looks like this right this second. So we've got a tenant identifier, we've got changes, there's two changes, the status before and after, and the last updated. Thank you for following. How did it gift you a sub if you weren't following? Is Twitch now just extending out and gifting subs, or were you a follower previously and it has unfollowed you? Twitch confuses me. So I suppose the thanks there is thank you very much for bringing a follower on board and subscribing them as well. That's awesome. It's your first time here. So Twitch is changing their algorithm for how they gift subs. That's interesting. I thought it was always within the follows, but I don't recognize two of those other names, three of those other names either. So that's interesting. Well, welcome in. Thank you for coming in after getting that. That's amazing. I always like it when people do thank people for gifting. So if I F10 on this now, so let's go to this piece. So if I F10 on it, unable to resolve. There we go. Event publisher. Okay, so that's the problem. So the event publisher is not being configured. Add ServiceBus. So event publisher. Oh, hold on. What am I doing here? Just finished my PLC for the SSR server hosting, and it's working excellent. Nice. So you've been productive doing this as well. That's even more rewarding. What? Oh, hold on. I know why. Do I know why? It's crashing because my sender. What is your standing on using jQuery and Angular? jQuery at this point. jQuery and Angular, I would be very questionable of, especially in modern Angular. I would wonder why you would even need that. Considering you can get references to elements and whatnot using the Angular framework stuff. I would be concerned about the performance. Any particular use case I'm missing when I'm thinking about that, or I mean, I would say pretty much flat out no, but I was using a theme that updated from Angular 14 to 19, but it's still using jQuery, so I'm thinking of leaving it behind. Ah, interesting that even in Angular 14 they were using jQuery though. I mean, that's only 4 years old. jQuery was still kind of the left behind at that point, wasn't it? Why does this trigger that need? So that was iEvent Publisher. iEvent Publisher is my mediator pieces. Yeah. I would get that out of there. I mean, jQuery can't be helping things. Element references, being able to look up objects, items in the DOM by reference. It would take a little bit of work to understand how to do that in Angular. Not much though. Sounds more like someone was using it for something else and ported it to Angular and then just left their way of doing it all behind. Yeah. The example is I thought were viable options to keep it, but none of that is done. Yeah. Oh no, I don't have a charging cable. Oh well. Okay. Don't ever enable Live 360 on your phone. You cannot disable it. And it drains your battery. Good idea. But terrible power drain. Okay, convince me. Out with the theme, in with something new. I think it's a better option. The reason I worry about things like that is even if it's like a deprecated thing, if a new developer comes to a code base and there's jQuery and Angular ways of doing things, they could copy the jQuery things and propagate the worst way of doing things, or not necessarily the worst way, but an incorrect way of doing it through the code without even realizing it. And unless you're very, very on the PRs, those things can creep through and cause problems. So yeah. That'd be my arguments. So why do I need? I'm trying to figure out add database, add Kafka. I'm not using the Kafka pieces in here, so I'm not using the iEvent Publisher. Is for my Kafka internals. Integration event publisher. Why is this requiring? I'm very much on the PRs, but I do not want these things to appear there. Yeah. It's funny, I'm a big believer in Yagni. I'm a big believer in doing things like that, but I'm aware of the fact that other developers exist and other developers do not hold to a similar set of standards. So I become less trusting of other developers doing things and willing to believe that I can miss things in a PR. So this is complaining because it's looking for event publisher, but I don't understand how event publisher is even used here because I'm using repository and message bus. I'm not trying to resolve an event publisher. MassTransit publisher is this is just a wrapper around message bus. I don't want to introduce the concept of mass transit directly into my code. I am abstracting this out, good or bad, right or wrong, doesn't matter, gets my iBus and everything sets up. So that's fine, but it's looking for iEvent Publisher, suggesting I'm missing a configuration in here. But when I add Kafka, that would be bad. I don't really understand why I need add Akka, add Mongo, add configure Kafka. So if I configure this, I'll have the iEvent Publisher. Let's go for live at my last job. I had to continue the work of a previous developer who made a web app for the logistics part of the company. It was a shell in Angular routed to a React, Vue, Blazor, Aurelia, and Angular application that each had their own page. Angular was fast with grids using Telerik, and Aurelia was faster loading pages and so on. Xcoding, hello. I'm like, you've lived a nightmare. That is not funny. Like, I don't get. So, previous place, we had to use AngularJS. It was right before Angular 2 release, but it wasn't there. AngularJS came along and they went, oh no, we're not going to support the upgrade path, right? Okay, that's fine. Now they're looking at how do they get Angular in there now to update the application, and it is possible to bring that in. But that's about as much of a mix as I can see. Having React, Vue, Blazor, Aurelia, and Angular all in the same application doing different things. Oh, what a nightmare. That job lasted 6 months, which I think is very like, yes. Yeah. Dr. Danik, welcome in. Wow, I love C#. That's good because there's an awful lot of it on this stream. Total project was 890 meg on the server. That's just ridiculous. Why? Okay, so that's the changes infrastructure receivers. Here, I don't understand why I need any of this. I don't need. I could use this, but excluding media. Oof. Yes. Xcoding, what have you been working on recently, by the way? Thank you, One Line, for the shout out for Xcoding there. What projects have you been working on recently? And have you been streaming recently? I haven't seen, but I don't spend a lot of time on Twitch outside of my regular hours now, so. So let's start thinking about this. Not streaming much anymore. I work on a pattern-based searcher for my cat command in my shell. I've been good. Making progress. Streaming does make some things more difficult, especially if you trying to keep on focused. Always worth checking out Xcoding stuff. So So, um, but yeah, I've been slowly making progress with Liquid Sky. Um, I have a lot of work lately in my job, not much on private projects. Yeah, yeah. Work always has to come first. That's certain. So let's get. I don't want to do this, but I need to do this. I'm still trying to figure out what the dependency is here. So changes receiver is failing because iEvent publisher is not available. But iEvent publisher is not. What am I missing? Event publisher is Kafka. It's basically my layer around Kafka to allow publishing. Now in this particular case, I don't need, as far as I'm concerned, all I can care about is the actual receipt end of Kafka. I don't care about the publishing end, unless I've got something that builds a need on having add Kafka. I cert guard already registered. That's fine. Add dispatching consumer. I event consumer. Add event receiver. I don't see anything that requires anything other than consumers. Let's add it. Manage NuGet packages. So these are my own libraries around Kafka. So I have an outbox implementation with Mongo and SQL Server extensions. The Kafka extensions library introduces the ability to pull the topics. The configuration console, I actually use console for pulling the topics down. So this needs to go eventually anyway, for a better option. But console I'm using, sorry for the bright white screen. Console I'm using, so basically the event type is registered here and the topic is there, which means that I don't have to, in every single project, I don't have to go and tell it how to resolve the topic to that type. So all the receiver has to do is receive that topic, and all the publisher has to do is publish that event, and it will go to the right, it'll get routed to the right topic. The outbots for Mediator and the outbots for Kafka to give me that. And then now my sagas library, which we'll introduce later. So yesterday I introduced the sagas for Mediator again. We're going to use them in the communication side when it comes time to coordinating these events. And the reason I'm using Mediator rather than ServiceBus for that piece is because they're internal to that service. They're not if it was a coordinated event between different services, I would be using MassTransit sagas, but it's not. It's internal to the system, so we're going to use it that way. Because one of them is going to come from a MassTransit command at its root, and the other is going to come from an event in Kafka. So what I want to do is I want to add he says with confidence to notifications infrastructure receivers. I really am not certain I want to do this. And right now I'm going to use the in-memory version. So the default version is in-memory, right? It'll create an in-memory version. You don't have to have SQL there. That'll give me the ability to add outbox. I think. I don't remember saying open that window, but okay. Use in-memory outbox. That will work perfectly for now. And that will pick that up. Yeah, because I've got the week off work, and my family is doing what my family is doing right now, so I don't have anything particular to do. So I just hang around a little longer, and also reward the support that I've been given today. I'd like to get this tested as well. So that's kind of my break point is, can I get this working? The confusing thing is update offsets. So all I'm doing is keep replaying this event and be able to test it, right? So let's see. So by adding the Outbox publisher and adding the Outbox publishing service, it will register an iEvent publisher for me. That's the goal. So the ability to publish, the ability to receive. I'm still not certain why I am required to have an event publisher. So I've screwed something up in here, right? I've definitely screwed something up. So that's why I'm using the in-memory. I'm not going through the effort of enabling the yeah, I'm not going through the effort of enabling the entire database and stuff within there to just solve this one problem. So let's see if we even hit our breakpoints now. So there's our breakpoint, and then if we hit F10, we get in there. So I've got a dependency somewhere on an iEvent publisher in that chain that's triggered that need. Subscriptions. Do we have a subscription? We have one, which is correct. There's our subscription. And this has no parameters. Oh, well, there we go. We should send the message. So there we go. It sends the message. Now, I have no way of looking at RabbitMQ right a second. So I have no way of checking to see what that looks like. Docker. So basically tomorrow's stream, again, will be a late start stream. I have an appointment at 8, so my goal will be to start around 9:30 my time tomorrow, and go for another couple of hours tomorrow morning. Oh, no, I can't. I have a meeting at 10. I can't stream tomorrow. We might have a lunchtime start tomorrow for stream, depending on how much progress I make. I've got a meeting I cannot miss at work. As much as I love having time off, I am not missing the meeting. So tomorrow's stream may be delayed and or cancelled, but we will see. What was I doing there? I was going to bring up Docker so I could see what RabbitMQ has in terms of interface, because I can't remember. There we go. Admin. I'm sure it's something like that, right? What's the default login for? Guest. Okay. If you're doing local dev, don't put complicated passwords on things. It's just not worth it. Especially if there's defaults. Yes, do know to change them later. If you go and expose this to anything else other than your machine, absolutely change the password. Do not dare sit there and leave it. Interesting. Did that just not get registered, or did that not do anything? So message bus should basically go straight through to message bus. So interesting. Let's try that once more. So let's get ls up and running. Let's remove all the breakpoints. Let's start the entire thing. If you are new to the stream, if you've not been in here before, the product I'm building is quite large, quite diverse in terms of technologies. You're always welcome to ask questions. You're always welcome to hang out. I appreciate people hanging out. It looks like a lot of people have hung out today from the raids. I do appreciate people being here. It is very rewarding to have the ability to be in such a great community. The dev community on Twitch is pretty much the most opinionated, but some of the most supportive group of people I've come across in many different communities. I do think that's improving across a lot of things anyway. So we're logged in as Andrew here, right? And we have on Jeffrey, because you won't get subscriptions for yourself. You will not get notifications for your own user. So if I go as Andrew, I change this one and I move it to in progress. I think I set it up to it. So if I move it to in progress and save that, I should get a notification similar to the other one. Now, it's this sort of stuff that ultimately I will layer in metrics and traces to tell me things are happening in the system. Right now, the lack of transparency is not through a desire to not be transparent. It's more through a desire of, I just don't have the time to do everything. And I don't like the idea of bundling stuff in there as I go, because I don't want to make a mess of everything. So what we do is we do the bare minimum so it can crash if it needs to as quickly as possible. I can identify when it's not working. Obviously, there's some challenges with the way this works because of the tasks. I need to put some error handling around the Kafka side of things to better relay like error handling or provide clearer error handling methods. But yeah, there's a lot to go, without a doubt. See, this isn't producing that command, is it? Queues and streams, exchanges. I think it should still create an exchange. See, there was a message in there. Oh, of course there'd be a message in there because I published an event to say the item was updated. That planning item updated. Yes, service planning item was updated. Queues and streams, yeah. Because I changed it, yeah. That's actually as intended. There is an event that fires for planning item changed so that I can actually, the idea of that one was that I can push to the client and say, this changed, by the way, so you need to refresh this version. That's another danger of why you should not just leave code half implemented. What I should have done is I should have carried on this path. Instead, I kind of stubbed it out and then went on, moved to something else. Now I don't know how that's working, so I've got to go and refresh my memory on all that. And hopefully the code is clear enough. Now, I don't believe I have to create the exchange for this. Ah, I know why. I do have to create something though, don't I? ServiceBus configuration. Send to, I don't map the you have to map the convention. So notify user of change, queue, notify user of change. Let's try that once more. It shouldn't matter how many times I do the change. It should just matter that I do the change. Another build is running. Yeah. Yeah. Maybe and Varaya were super kind today. I have never made it past 20 subs in 7 years, six plus years of streaming. So to hit 35 subscribers is absolutely overwhelming. Sincerely appreciate the support though. And it went to a bunch of really deserving people. And that's perfectly fine. Well, you do if you watched any ads or whatever, you still do support the stream, right? Yeah. So, just coming, hanging out, and lurking is supporting a stream. That's the beauty of this tool. You're not going to get rich, by the way. If you're thinking of streaming, you have to get quite a lot of viewers to make any sort of significant money. And streaming is not easily done. Okay, so let's change that again. So over here now, we're going to change this one again. And again, all we changed here was the status of this item. On the create team, all we care about is changing the status. On this one, it has to go to in progress for it to trigger. Right, so if here I go back to preparing and save that, we should now see something appear in Rabbit and Cube. Eventually. You mean live coding isn't a large enough audience to get rich? Dang, I would never have thought. Yeah. Yeah. There's notify user of change. There we go. There's our queue. There's our message. So, fun fact, if I consume it, I will literally consume the message. But we have one queued message. Get message. Will I? Let's see. There's our message. Request ID. Correlation ID. Uh-oh. Oh no, that's internals. Phew. The fact that I'm looking at that because I'm basically doing something similar, right? So I've got a tenant, I've got the source. The tenant's correct, 6481. Source user, yeah, 27AE is me. Subscription identifier, event identifier, right? So this is who produced this event, or the person that did the thing that produced this event. This is a subscription that is now triggered. That will be for the person on the other end anyway, so they'll get that subscription. And then this is the event that triggered it. So this event identifier here is going to also be published from here. So when the pipeline gets this, it's going to publish the changes with the details, and that will correlate those two pieces of information together. The reason I introduced the Saga library yesterday is this event here might not hit before this is registered, right? So if that happens, this one has to sit and wait. So I'm going to create a Saga that says, okay, you are started by this event, or even, I don't even need to actually wait. I can actually trigger both the events as soon as I save the data. So I can save the fact that this happened, the notification occurred, and the fact that the change occurred, and use a Saga to link the two, so that when both pieces of information have been combined, it triggers a publish. It says, yep, this is complete, publish it, and it removes the Saga. So whichever one gets in there first will create the Saga, and then the second one will complete the Saga. So yeah, that is progress, and that is that is 4 hours. So 4 hours is quite a lot of streaming. So what we'll do is, if you are a streamer and you obviously I don't know who does stream, who doesn't. If you are streaming around this time, you are you are more than welcome to let me know. I do want to always support other streamers, especially if you're doing .NET. People are in the stream because they like .NET coding. Yeah. Well, we got some success. We got some success, Barry. We got our message in our RabbitMQ, so we have a successful notification that something happened based upon parameters we set out. So if we go back into this one, right, into Andrew's, and we change the AI prompt, and we edit this and move it back to, oh, what was it? No, it wasn't this one, was it? Which one was a subscription on? Need a button for printing widgets. That's interesting that they're out of sequence. I'm a filthy React Andy. So if we move this back to ready for planning, no notification will be triggered by that, right? So we shouldn't see any. We should see the topic have changes, right? So we do know that the change occurred. He says, there you go. Again, eventual consistency is a fight that you will always fight, and the bigger and the more distributed I make the system, the more I have to worry about the events coming together. So there is a cost to doing what I'm doing. There is also a benefit. See, this changes detail published as well now. So this changes detail, says, oh, by the way, this status changed, and this is the user that did it, right? So this event ID here is the event ID that I'll use to align those two things. So if we go and look at this now, there shouldn't be a second message because I didn't change that to anything that I care about, right? But if I go and change it, now again, it's up to the individual users to figure out the validity and the use of this piece. But if I go back here now and I change this to be in progress, I've got a notification when it gets moved to in progress. It will tell me, right? So I should eventually see a second message appear here. Again, it's not going to be instant because, you know, eventual consistency, but I should see that event happen. So 7 seconds ago, I moved it from ready for planning to in progress. And then I should see a message appear here shortly for that. He says with confidence. Right, because I said it should. Of course it doesn't work now. I can't hear, by the way, I'm starting to stand up. We're talking about how we talk too much in stand-ups. Just to make maybe a little sick in his mouth. Okay, so either I consumed that message or things didn't trigger the way I wanted to then. 15 or 1. No. Okay, so I'm missing something still there, but the concept is valid. I probably didn't change the right thing somewhere there, but the idea will be that we send that. And so what we did here was refactor this code to basically move all the logic that calculates whether we should send a message into a single method that we can then use as part of getting our subscriptions, so it's clearer. The subscriptions, this is the SQL side of it. This will actually get the SQL results, and then it will provide me the ability to flex that and to list it. So with that being said, that moves us forward in terms of the tasking. That gets us to the point where now tomorrow we can handle receiving this information here and get the communications there. Again, tomorrow's stream may start later. It may not happen depending upon that. Always, I'll update the Discord if anyone actually cares. That's a good question, actually. I don't believe it should be. No. No, it's enumerated it. No. Yeah, so I'm using Ardalis's specifications, so that's what this is. It's a specification. This list is going to enumerate it. It did make me think about, hold on, is that going to, it enumerates it. It did make me pause and think, hold on, is it returning a queryable? But that's probably by design. So I like using the specifications because the logic of my query goes in here. I could, if I can figure out how to do it, move that inside of here, which makes this specification a lot harder. But these rules, in theory, could be handled all in SQL. We might have to have a look at that as a improvement, because as much as I don't like doing everything in SQL, I think that sort of stuff is definitely where you really do want to improve the performance. Then that's the way you're going to do it. Enumerating out every subscription. I mean, every subscription for that tenant and that entity, we shouldn't be talking more than a couple of dozen at the most. Like, there's no reason for thousands of those things to exist at that level. So it's not like I'm pulling back hundreds of megs of data to do this. So as it would be an optimization that would probably end up being a little step too far, but it's worth researching. Yeah, it does happen on the in-memory collection, because yeah, I didn't think it did make me pause though. Is that actually going to be queryable? No, it's not. Did that ever get done? No. So anyway, what we'll do tomorrow is we'll set up the pieces, or later today actually, I'll probably continue on setting up the pieces for this to try and make progress. But we do move forward. That is the main thing here. That was loading still. So we got the work on trigger notification. So this is basically done. Use parameters to further refine the notification requirement. We did that. We replaced the send inbox with notifies user of change. We passed through the change event identifier. We include the identity identifier, and we remove the sender and remove the recipient from that. So we are now publishing that notification. There's not much else to do with that one. So the next piece would be to record that in the other side. There's going to be a lot more database stuff involved in this. I'm not sure that is actually a 5, but we'll a 3 compared now. I'm thinking about it, but we'll find that out. And then we'll get to the receiving that notify user of change. But yeah, it's over. I know. Yes. The Scrum Master had a hissy fit. Let him. Varia, thank you for the support. Thank you for coming, hanging out, and having the chat. Appreciate you. Yes, my stream is going to finish up shortly now as well. Just saying that tomorrow might not actually be a stream because I have a meeting at 10. So I get back from PT and then I have less than an hour before a meeting. So we'll see. Maybe it'll be an afternoon stream tomorrow. Maybe we'll just hang out and play video games tomorrow. I don't know. If you ever are interested in my game streams, I do not stream on this channel for games. I keep them separate. So I have a different channel for games streaming, which is appropriately named. So, any preferences on who you would like to go and raid? I am open to suggestions. If not, we will go and raid Sorcery. If you've not been in Sorcery stream before, shame. And don't forget, it is Wednesday. One-line streams on Wednesdays. He streams his work dev and is very, very much a .NET streamer who is very worth checking out. On Fridays, he streams Community Days, which allows people to have a chat about technology in general and often comes up with some great topics. Thank you very much for the follow. Appreciate it. I'll be offline all day. Family friend going for serious. Oh. Yeah, well. Hope that goes very well. Yeah, gamer, coding, developer, gaming. Yes, that is the pun. So yes, but I keep them separate so that if you don't care about me gaming and you see my stream start up, you don't have to. Like, I'm not going to confuse people. Oh, I was looking for dev and you're just now playing games. I don't care about that. It's just my personal preference on setting that up. So yeah, I've been playing a lot of Gran Turismo recently. I have my wheels set up and I do that. I am trying to figure out what other games I want to play. I'm thinking of using your should you stop a development effort if you learn that a product exists that does what you're making topic on Friday. I really like the conversation earlier. Yes, it was fantastic to have some of those opinions and conversations. So and I appreciate that. I appreciate that for this entire stream. I appreciate the community. We can have disagreements, we can have differences of opinion, but we can actually communicate that and talk about it, even in Twitch chat, which is difficult. If I could stream these normal hours, I would do a lot more open channel talk as well. I think I love Community Day on your stream. I think it's a really great idea. So anyway, okay, we gotta go raid before we lose too many more people, otherwise it's not fun. So let's go raid Sorcery. If you haven't been in Sorcery's stream before, Sorcery is building a game. It's been building it for a while, and it's a very good game. It's there's a name for the game. I can't think about it. She'll show you. But yeah. So until next time, Shro, thank you very much. Thank you for coming, hanging out with the gifted sub. I appreciate that. And thank you for the follow. And yes, maybe Andrea, thank you very much for all that support. It was incredible. Appreciate it very much. And I will catch you soon. Take care all.